Good morning. If you're just joining our meeting, we will get started in approximately 1 minute at 9:30. We've just opened the portal to allow members of the public into the Zoom webinar or the Zoom panel. We'll just give everybody a moment to get brought in from the waiting room to the meeting room. And I'll just give the process another moment or two and we'll get started. Very well, it looks like everyone's been brought in from the waiting room, so we'll begin our meeting. Good morning to all. Today is Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
welcome. Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
Commissioner Soboroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Chief of Police, the Executive Director, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. We do hope you are staying safe and healthy, particularly in light of the most recent COVID numbers coming out of the County of Los Angeles. Please take care of yourselves. I'd also like to take a moment to welcome the newest member of our commission, Mr. William Briggs. Welcome, sir. We look forward to working with you. Today's agenda was published last Friday and is summarized as follows. First, we'll have the chief's report. We will have public comment, and then we'll turn to the regular agenda, where we will hear a presentation on crime from the department and community organizations working in the field. Then we will have a number of we have on the regular agenda contracts, an RFP, a grant, a donation, a retention schedule, and a request for destruction of obsolete records pursuant to city ordinances. We do have one closed session matter. And at 10 a.m., colleagues, just so you're aware, we will stop where we are on the agenda and hear from family members of Mr. Hernandez, who requested time to speak through their attorney to the Family Liaison Unit. For years, the Commission has allowed family members of those involved in closed session matters the opportunity to speak, and that process will continue today. This will be separate and apart from the 45-minute public comment period identified on the agenda. To all members of the public who wish to speak, you can be heard during item 2 on the agenda, to which we dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public can have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of a 2-minute total. And at the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public can participate in this meeting in a number of ways. They are all outlined on the agenda. Members of the public can call in and listen and not participate to the numbers listed on page 1 of the agenda. Public comment can be submitted in writing in advance to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. And of course, members of the public can log into this Zoom meeting today, as many members have. Raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak, or if you're calling in to the Zoom meeting number, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. With that, let's turn to the first matter on our agenda, which is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore.
Good morning, commissioners, and welcome. I extend my welcome on behalf of the men and women of LAPD to Commissioner William Briggs as well. Congratulations on your confirmation and welcome to the board. Look forward to working with you and understanding your priorities and pursuits of initiatives for the safer Los Angeles. As I do each week, I talk about a number of various aspects, including the COVID-19 update, particularly with regards to the health and safety of our employees, significant instances, crime, as well as personnel strengths. Regarding COVID, this last week has been, as the county and as the nation has experienced, one of the darkest weeks in regards to this COVID pandemic. So has the Los Angeles Police Department. As you know, this past week ago Sunday, we lost our 3rd employee, Sergeant Fred Cueto, to this pandemic, and he leaves behind a family and his wife, who's retired from the department, but as well as 2 minor children. His services are pending. Regarding the number of COVID positives tests, we continue to test our employees throughout the organization, as well as make sure that they have access to the free testing sites located in the city. This past week, we'd have a total of this morning 1,207 positive COVID cases. That's an increase of 156 from a week prior. Today, we have 408 of our employees that are at home. These involve employees of both sworn and civilian ranks, as well as line officers up through staff officers in this organization. As they are recovering, I'm hopeful for a full recovery. We have 751 that are now recovered, which is an additional 43 from last week's number. But this morning I learned of an additional hospitalization of an employee. So we now have 4 of our people who are experiencing significant challenges with COVID and are in a hospitalized setting, and 2 of them are in very critical condition in ICU. I'm thankful to our medical liaison personnel, as well as to the hospital staff throughout the region that are doing everything possible for people who are being impacted by this pandemic. And we, as a department, continue to stress the criticality of good personal protective equipment, wearing face coverings and masks, as well as limiting the occupancy levels of our stations and restricting our activities whenever possible to increase distance between ourselves as well as members of the public in which we are serving. We are experiencing, as far as the vector of this, we're seeing a number of our employees that are experiencing COVID. We believe some from other family members, as well as from on-duty assignments in dealing with this general public safety activities. We are closely monitoring the number of personnel that we have at home to ensure they have medical treatment and are supported in their recovery, but also to understand the impact on our field day-to-day deployment numbers. I've spoken with a number of other chiefs in this region. Many of us, as same with other first responders, such as healthcare officials, professionals, are experiencing COVID outbreaks and are impacting our ability to staff our essential duties. We're following it closely, and presently all of our essential patrols are being met. We monitor this 3 times a day, and we're going to ensure that we continue to meet the demands for public safety here by monitoring those levels. And we will have additional deployment tactics available through the mobilization and strategies in which cancellation of days off or deferment of vacations. There are other strategies before us should we need to reach that. Presently, we're not required, but I am working with Chief Arcos and the Office of Operations to understand the triggers for that, just as we did in the initial days and weeks of the COVID outbreak, when we were staffing the various shelter sites and testing sites and required to optimize and maximize our deployment. That is available to us and is part of our continuation operations plan. Next area I'd like to address is various significant incidences. This past Wednesday, I attended on behalf of the men and women of this department a memorial service in honor of CHP officer Andy Ornelas. Andy was a motor officer, worked in the Palmdale area as a young officer, bright future, promising one, and also the son of Valley Traffic Motor Officer Arturo Ornelas. The Ornelas family is a family made up of public safety professionals. His mother was a retired CHP officer, a brother who is a CHP officer presently, and of course the dad who taught Andy to ride a motorcycle at a very young age. It was a somber experience. It was one that, given the COVID pandemic, required a much smaller footprint of law enforcement professionals and civic leaders, as well as community members. But it was held in an outside setting up in the Lancaster area, and COVID protocols were followed tightly to ensure the safety of everyone involved, while also honoring a man who dedicated his life to public safety and lost it in the service of the people of Los Angeles County. This last week, I also attended our ongoing series of meetings with various representatives from the Department of Public Health, as well as public safety and officials for our planning and distribution of the COVID vaccine. As many reports have been made, the first initial batch of COVID vaccines have arrived in the Los Angeles area. And yesterday, the mayor joined with Governor Newsom at one of the sites, a Kaiser facility in the Hollywood area, to see the application of the first vaccines. Those vaccines are being prioritized in a triage fashion, with first medical medical health professionals, as well as those in long-term care facilities. Public health is working with us in understanding the police and fire as first responders and where within the planning process is availability of vaccine. Those will be made available to our personnel. I anticipate that will be likely in the month of January into the early month of February, where we'll start seeing vaccines supplied in a fashion that will allow our first responders, our police and fire, to have availability of access to that vaccine. Our planning to this point is multi-tiered. It's not only in the education of our public of how this vaccine will be delivered and the process for the application of it, because it is in many instances will be you have to visit twice. But the city is also working on supporting Department of Public Health by development of a vaccine delivery process and being a means of actually supporting, as it's currently doing with testing of COVID, of actually supporting the delivery of a vaccine at those sites as a means of ensuring that the city of 4 million and a county of 10 million, that we're able to support public health in this Herculean effort of providing a vaccine for all those in this region that are desirous of receiving it. The last issue I want to talk about is a troubling one that was a significant incident that happened in the Olympic area. With this pandemic, we have seen an ongoing instance of street racers and what are called sideshows, which are large groups of vehicles, many of them illegally equipped with various high performance equipment and exhaust and engine systems. And they essentially take over an intersection and do donuts and various other dangerous demonstrations of speed and exhibition of speed. And unfortunately, in this time of COVID, we've seen a public outpouring, likely as a result of having a lack of alternative sites, but to go to these locations as fans and spectators. And across the Southern California region, we've seen tragedy at those sites from time to time where spectators are struck and killed or seriously injured as a result of these unorthodox antics of these individuals. It's a very dangerous circumstance. This past Friday night at about 11 o'clock, Olympic area patrol officers responded to street racers in the intersection of 7th Street and Western Avenue. When they arrived there, they were surrounded by numerous vehicles and a large group of spectators that had actually taken over that intersection. The officers found themselves immersed in this group and attempted to leave the area, recognizing the dangers that were involved. But the suspects, the individuals that were there, began throwing rocks and bottles at their vehicle. Some of the spectators actually approached the vehicle and began smashing the windows of the vehicle and kicking the body of the vehicle. And several of the vandals managed actually to open up the driver's door and attempt to strike the officers inside the vehicle. So a very dangerous and very dangerous set of circumstances. The officers broadcasted a help call. They attempted to leave the area. A vehicle that was there struck the officer's vehicle. The officers followed that vehicle away from the scene. A pursuit ensued where the suspect was to the city of Buena Park, where he fled into a neighborhood. And he was eventually identified and arrested. He was booked for felony evading. He was identified as a Mr. Myron Thomas, 25 years of age. Our investigation continues into the actions of others that were involved in the assault against our personnel. And anyone with information on this should contact the Olympic Division detectives or can remain anonymous at Crime Stoppers. There were troubling aspect of this was involved not just these spectators that cheered this on, but actually took social media posts and video and then posted it in a celebratory type fashion. I cannot stress enough how dangerous these circumstances are. And I would just remind loved ones of spectators who find this to be of some entertainment or value, that these are very dangerous set of circumstances and that they pose a real risk to spectators and participants alike. The department will continue to work with our other law enforcement partners in this region for our street racing task force in an effort to identify these groups that often rove around this region and conduct these exhibitions and wish to hold them accountable. That last aspect of this is I'm deeply concerned that in the officers' actions to arrive and initiate action, that the officers were so violently attacked in such a senseless fashion. And I would just remind the public that our officers are there. They're there to help. They're there to hold and take people into custody that are engaged in reckless actions. And there is absolutely no tolerance or allowance for people who, in the midst of that, would believe that the officers are somehow fair game or to be allowed or sense of allowance of attacking them and their role as police officers. Moving over to our crime statistics, we had a very difficult week. The numbers of violent crimes, particularly shooting violence in South Los Angeles, has continued to well outpace last year's numbers. This last week, we had 41 shooting victims. Well over half of them were between the areas of Southeast and 77th. The vast majority in that shooting violence, that's an increase from last year's number of 13 shooting victims. So more than 3 times the number of shooting victims from last year's numbers. This year, that brings us a total of 1,226 victims that have been shot. That number last year was 901. That's an increase of 325. Last week, my numbers I reported to you was an increase of just under 300 shooting victims. So as you can see, the numbers have continued to escalate. In regards to the underlying influences of this, gang shootings and gang homicides remain the leading cause. This year, gang homicides that investigations that we determined out of the 322 homicides, our investigation so far has led us to believe that 175 of those are gang related, either as a victim or the offender, which is an increase of 43 from last year's numbers of 132. Our victims shot continue to be 56% of our shootings continue to be gang related, with an increase of gang related shooting victims of just under 10%. You'll hear briefly here as an agenda item, presentations from Central Bureau and South Bureau relative to this increase in shooting violence and what the underlying impacts or underlying influences of this are, as well as our strategies to try to intercede and combat this. This is shooting violence that we're seeing in other parts of the country. We're not alone in this. When we look at shooting violence and homicides, we see a nearly 39% increase in homicides in New York City, a 55% increase in homicides in Chicago, 47% increase in Houston, and so on. These are major cities that are experiencing many of the similar traits that we are, which the sense of street violence and the senselessness of targeted individuals, many times standing outside a venue or on a parkway or an alleyway. We are and will continue to work with interventionists as a means of trying to quell and calm this sense of violence that is in our communities through intervention. And I'm proud to say that we continue to see increased deployment of our ambassadors and our community interventionists out there. But we need the public's help, both in solving these crimes as well as in talking with young people and middle-aged people alike. These are not crimes that are just centered on 18, 19, 20-year-olds. These are people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s that are being both victims as well as offenders in this violence. Lastly, we talk each week about categorical uses of force. This last week, we have had 0 or no additional categorical use of force. So our officer-involved shootings remain at 27 for the year, of which 7 of those were fatal. Last year, that number was 26. So 1 additional officer-involved shooting this year versus last. Our average is just over 33 on our 4-year average. The number of fatals last year were 12. This year, that number is 7. And our 4-year average is at 14. Finally, we do post as a reminder to the public each week our personnel strength as far as our sworn and civilian personnel. We, with the announced approval of the City Council relative to the potential for layoffs for the department, have begun our planning to identify how reduction of 355 sworn personnel and 274 civilian personnel, what required cutbacks, elimination of services, downscaling or removal of less essential work would afford us the ability to identify those by person. And on January 11th, we will be providing the personnel department layoff lists, if you will, of sworn and civilian personnel. Between now and then, I'm working with my direct reports for us to look across the entire organization These cuts, as you know, follow earlier cuts that we're still in the process of digesting and implementing changes to our operation to deal with the earlier reductions. And I remain very concerned about the consequences of this action, and I look forward to the mayor's office and the council's actions to find alternatives to this. But in the interim, recognizing decisions that have been made and prioritizations that have been given, we will comply with the direction that's been given at this point. And of course, this commission will be briefed on those what will be necessary in order to achieve those envisioned layoffs or reduction in workforce. The reduction in workforce would be something that would occur beginning in May of this year, and would follow into the following year. Again, we're hopeful for support from our elected officials in Washington, D.C. for local government with the shortfalls in our revenue. But in the interim of that safety net and decisions as to what resources are available to support this department is where those cutbacks have been directed to us. And with that, I will conclude my remarks and answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your report. With respect to the COVID aspect, it's a reminder, the numbers you presented are a stark reminder of the impact COVID has had on so many aspects of our community. And we should extend our gratitude to all the healthcare workers out there who are working on behalf of everyone in the community during this national and international health crisis. Commissioners, questions for the Chief of Police, please. Please open your microphone for questions so that I know that you have questions to direct to him. Commissioners, Commissioner Silveroff. Commissioner Bonner, I see you opened your mic, sir.
I understand that we are going to be hearing from the Hernandez family, so I'm going to reserve my questions for the discussion of the, I think it's item 3A.
Very good. Yes, when we are hearing the presentations about the increase in crime. Yes, sir. Commissioner Silveroff, sir.
Chief, the first presentation that you gave about people doing these, I don't know, pop-up or whatever they're called, car
Exhibition,
circles and
shows,
donuts. Yeah, they're very dangerous. And how long does it take for us to respond? Because they're like flash mobs. And how long does it take for us to respond? And how do we respond to these? How can you when they've got 100 cars and 200 people? Because a lot of them you see and you hear and say, well, gee, they're going on. And our response takes a long time. I can imagine, because we've got to prepare for it. But what is the process that you'd like to see?
So there's a spontaneous response by department resources, and then there are instances in which we do have resources that have been pooled together to work on these organized street sideshows. Those pooled resources mean CHP, LAPD, police resources, uniform officers in patrol cars, generally supported by an airship, supervision, and a game plan that when these gatherings occur, that we're monitoring social media, we're taking efforts investigatively to understand where they're going to pop up, if you will, to use your term. And then to approach it with observation to document the violations, and then to lock down and effect arrests for the violations involving the exhibition, the reckless driving, as well as being spectators. This also involved the impounding of vehicles that are engaged in this illegal action. And the consequences from that can include 30-day impounds of those vehicles, in some instances, loss of those vehicles. The more challenging, the more challenging one is the spontaneous. We don't have resources to deploy in an organized task force all days and all times of the week. And in those instances, that's where it becomes much more of a challenge, which even in the best of circumstances with pooled resources, it's still an enormity of a crowd that size and trying to orchestrate an action, an enforcement action. But in the spontaneous one, it's the actions of the officers to come upon the location, and the effort would really depend on what the officer can see as what he or she can accomplish. It may be nothing more than trying to disperse that crowd because of the inability to actually make and effect arrests given the safety challenges that are there. And that's what
So-
these officers, the latter case, what these officers found themselves in.
So Chief, what would you recommend if somebody sees outside their apartment or they drive upon one of these things? What would you recommend their action be to keep themselves safe and to best help us stop
Yeah.
them?
First, report it. Secondly, don't involve themselves in it. And this is where we need the public's help is don't become a spectator. Don't become somebody who believes that, well, I'm just watching this. I'm not actually engaging in it. Because frankly, this is done to create that, it's an exhibition. It's meant to draw people and create this carnival, if you will. But it's extremely dangerous. And I just encourage everyone that when they see something, say something relative to this, we will respond. These are very dangerous matters to public safety. And on a Friday night, resources for police can be very compromised in the sense of other calls. As I said, with 41 shooting victims this last week, these are instances in which we're responding to shooting violence. We're conducting investigations into homicides and other major crimes that our ability to muster resources can be compromised, in which case there may be a delay. And once officers arrive, they may not have sufficient resources in order to effect arrests. And our best or only avenues to disperse that crowd. It's an unlawful assembly. It's not a First Amendment right issue, but it is an unlawful assembly. They're engaged in illegal acts, and making such an announcement and dispersing those crowds. We will build time, build resources, and we're not going to abandon these sites. We're not going to abandon the community. Once we get there, we do expect and need our officers to exercise discretion in the sense of how much they involve themselves in that crowd, as was demonstrated this past Friday night. There is a temperament within some of these crowds to be to cross the line and violently assault officers. And so officer safety must remain paramount as in their efforts to provide for public safety.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalanche.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief. I have a question connected to the layoff, and I don't know if you'll have enough time to respond, but it's something that I'll just put out there, and then if we want to respond later, that's fine. Help me understand the layoff process. So you have to provide a list January 11th to personnel. What happens after that? When are officers notified to get us to the May date?
So
And then
quickly I'll work through this. The personnel department will then take those lists and they'll validate. They will actually go through and ensure that the process that we used as to seniority and job classification and so forth, that is the official list. Then they'll also attempt to find resource or jobs for these employees in other departments that may have existing funding and get an allowance of actually transfer. Now, for sworn officers, that's really not applicable because there's no other police organization that really has those openings. I've talked with fire or with the Harbor Police and with Port Police and with the Airport Police, and they're seeing zero hiring and they're not adding to their resources. On the civilian side, that's different. We do have DWP, the proprietary departments that may have the option. Lastly, they'll validate that list. If they can find, again, off-ramps where civilian employees particularly can have these other jobs, then they would be transferred there. We would lose them from our funding. It would be off the budget, but it would go to these other departments that could still support it. Once that list is then validated that there are no other options, then employees will be notified. The layoffs are anticipated. If it would go all back to council, and the council will have to approve, would be actionable for them to approve or make adjustments to the layoff plan for implementation in May.
how much time do officers get as far as notification that they're going to be laid off until they,
Well, I would anticipate that this would be a month or more. We know that on the sworn side, this will be our youngest employees, officers that have just come on the organization, which of course I will strive to avoid. That's one of our greatest levels of diversity. 16% of our probationary officers are African-American, 26% are women, both strategies that this commission has championed to build and divest and improve the diversity of this organization. So we'll make every effort. Again, I think the mayor, and I know the mayor is committed as well as city council to avoid layoffs. However, in the interim, we've got to go through these planning processes.
right. Quickly, just lastly, how does this impact the new recruits or new classes in the academy? Is
They're-
that stopping or?
This is unsettling to them. And what we're asking you to do is to recognize that this is not a done deal, that there are further steps that can be taken to avoid this. And I'm hopeful that those steps will be taken. And in fact, I'm petitioning for those steps to be taken.
But worst case scenario, would we have to stop those classes from starting or continuing?
Worst case scenario is we'd actually not only have new classes, but we would have to lay off employees. This is a reduction of 355 personnel. Even if we stop hiring by the middle part of this next year, June of 21, we would still have more than 190 personnel above the directed staffing number.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And it is 10 o'clock, colleagues. So we will now turn to members of the Hernandez family. Madam Secretary, I understand they have logged on or are logging on. And if you could bring up the members of the Hernandez family one by one, I believe is the process that they requested. Although, Madam Secretary, I'll leave it to you. For members of the public, the attorneys for the members of the Hernandez family worked with the family liaison unit in both the time frame permitted and I believe the order of the speakers. We will have one speaker who needs an interpreter, and that person will obviously get more time. So to the members of the Hernandez family, thank you for coming today. We realize this is difficult. Public speaking is difficult under normal circumstances, and we recognize that these are far from normal circumstances for you. But we thank you for coming forward and for speaking to us. So, Madam Secretary, if you could call the first member or members of the family who are coming forward.
Okay, first we have Hector Hernandez.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, and please begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Hector Hernandez. And Daniel Hernandez, older brother. And I wanted to go ahead and speak a little bit about him, about his character, about his upbringing. And Daniel Hernandez was my youngest brother. He was a loving father and a respectful son to my mom and dad. My parents loved Danny because Danny meant the world to them. And Danny was always around the house to assist my parents with their daily routines and also assist my father and brother on different flooring job sites as a carpenter installer. Danny has an only daughter, and that meant the world to him. And as a devoted father figure to his daughter, he treasured every special moment that they spend it together. His daughter will always look up to him for advice and guidance. I myself have 3 boys about the same age as my niece. I understand the hard work and passion to guide my family on the right path. And I know that my brother, Danny, did the same for his daughter. Also, we will have lots of family gatherings, and the most memorable one that I remember of him is, it was in October of 2019, where my other younger brother, his older daughter, completed her 15th birthday. So we celebrated her 15th birthday together as a family. My brothers, my sisters, family members, cousins. It was a memorable moment. Also, we took family photos. We had a great evening. The whole family, the friends that showed up to my brother's daughter's 15th birthday. Also, growing up from as kids, from kids to men, I realized that having a family is a great responsibility, and that our character has to change to provide a better future for our kids. I wish I could be with him one more time, hear his laughter, see his smile. I mean, he will always be in my heart, but it's not the same. And I really do miss him dearly. And, you know, and, you know, I love him, I love him dearly. And, yeah, and he will be missed. And that's saying, that's pretty much, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, our next member of the family, please.
Okay, we have Claudia Hernandez.
Can you guys hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm Claudia Hernandez. I'm Danny's younger sister. I just want to come. Sorry. I just want to talk about him, the way he was, what he meant to me, what he meant to my kids, especially to my oldest. My oldest is 9 years old. I was a single mom. When I became a single mom, he took that role of a father figure for him. He taught my oldest how to ride a bike. He taught my oldest how to play basketball. He would take my oldest all the time to the movies, to the park with his daughter. He never hesitated to give me a hand. He never hesitated to say, you have to go to work. Don't worry about it. I will take care of your son. My son, my oldest, my two old.
Ms. Hernandez, we lost your connection.
Gave me his letter, and then he started crying, and he hugged me and he told me, Mom, there's just one special thing that I really want, and it's in that letter. I said, okay. I waited for him to go to bed. I opened the letter and I read it. He asked for video games, a new basketball, and at the end he put, dear Santa. But what I really, really want this year is to have my Uncle Danny back. How do you explain a 9-year-old that he's never gonna have his uncle back, that he's never gonna have those he's never gonna have those play dates with him going to a park, him riding his bike? How do you explain to a 9-year-old so many unanswered questions? But as of now, I try to just gather up as much as videos I have, pictures. I try to do what he would do with them. He would come over to our house a lot. He would play with them. He would fix their bikes. What he mainly loved to do with them was to do bonfires outside our house and, do s'mores with them. Now I feel I have to keep up with that tradition, but it's so hard for me to do it knowing that it was taken care of when he was around, because he would take the initiative of, hey, we're going over. I'm taking everything what we need to make the s'mores, and my kids would love that and they would enjoy that. And now, it's not the same. And it's very hard, and my kids can't accept that their uncle's not here anymore. I always tell them, he's gonna be in your heart. And it's a battle. It's a battle to explain to a 9 and a 5-year-old that physically he's not here, but spiritually and in our hearts he would always be here. And we're always gonna love him. He was a great father to his daughter. He always made sure that she needed. You know, he would love to read stories to her. She loved to read, and we would always find him reading stories to her. You know, drawing, that was another passion of him. Drawing with her. And you know, she has his skills of drawing, and I think it's thanks to him that he dedicated that time.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. We appreciate you coming forward today. And we are very sorry for the pain that you're feeling. Madam Secretary, the next speaker, please.
Okay, next we have Diana Hernandez.
Hi, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Diana Hernandez. I'm one of Danny's older sisters. I just want to say that Danny was a very loving and thoughtful brother. He would always make sure to make you smile with his jokes and by being silly. Our family pictures are filled with silly faces of him. Danny was attentive. We're a big family of 9 kids. And when I would go over to my parents' home, he was the first one I would see. He always made sure to catch up with me. Danny was also someone that had big dreams. He enrolled in a helicopter pilot school, and when that dream was crushed by a school that closed down, he bounced back. He was resilient. Danny was a loving brother, and we loved him very much. He was a great dad. He always looked out after his daughter, made sure that she was always surrounded by family. And we're going to miss him greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you for coming forward today. Madam Secretary, the next speaker from the family.
Madam President, those are the only names I have logged on. I'll go ahead and call the names if they're here, if they could raise their hands. Marina Hernandez, Luz Hernandez, and Maria Hernandez. I don't see them logged on.
They may have logged in under an account that's not obvious. May I ask you and Mr. Teefank, if you could work with the family liaison unit, because we did have more members of the family that asked to speak, to either confirm that they're logged in and under what name they're logged in, and if or perhaps they've changed their mind as well. But if you could work on that, Mr. Teefank, and we can come back to this.
I will do so right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, unless you have an objection, I would recommend we move to public comment and begin that process. And if members of the Hernandez family confirm to log in, we can take them. Okay. Does anybody, is everyone concur with that process, or any concern? Seeing no one opening mics and thumbs up. All right, we will begin the public comment process of 45 minutes. Madam Secretary, I know you and Mr. Teefank are working also with the families, but can you please begin the public comment process?
Okay, the first speaker is caller ending in 3146, followed by Zach Sherwin. Caller 3146, you're on.
Did I unmute?
Oh, yes, there you are. What items would you like to speak on?
Great. Hi. What is it? 1, 2, and 4.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Is that right? Okay. Dr. Abdullah is wrong. I did some African studies, and when the prisoners jailed in Africa, they were in tribal jails, right?
Address something before the commission.
Yes, this is very important. This is very important. Yes, miss. Because they were in jail. So they had committed crime. In 1100, 1213, there were tribal police departments in Africa. So what's happening with the LAPD is nothing different than what was in Africa in 1100, 1200, 1300. They had jails, a tribal police, and if the suspect wanted to beat on the tribal police who were all black, they had spears, knives, and swords, and the suspect got killed. Okay? But in America, we've got money to not kill people. Okay? So stop telling me it's a white racist system when in Africa they had the same thing going on. And the LAPD is being told it's always racist when the same thing was going on at 1100. So the commission, though,
You need to get to a matter before the commission, or I'll move on to the next.
that's what I'm talking about. And you were just talking about Mr. Hernandez. This is the second Hernandez you killed, okay? So the commission is still a murder approval board, a badge tarnisher. The rank and file is good, but the commission, the chief, and the mayor are bad, okay? And the training is bummer training, and it killed another Hernandez, okay? And this is why the morale is down, because officers are realizing that they're in bummer chiefs with bummer training and a bummer commission. And now they're forced into position with God. He said, thou shalt not kill. When there's better outcomes, we have so much money to do something different. Okay? Because my intelligence level is all above all of you. Your intelligence is bad. Okay, all people in power positions are going to hell, allowing to continue to shoot Hernandez. Okay, Soberoff and his friends have the money to help the LAPD and are not. And now you got another female officer in an immoral position with God. A female officer murdered a man she didn't have to murder. The SB 230 and the Graham versus O'Connor decision has allowed you to shoot another Hernandez, and you shot him, I think it was 8 or 9 times. That's bummer training, bummer chiefs, bummer rich people, bummer mayors, the toilet mayor, these badge tarnishers they got on this commission. And now another Hernandez is dead. So when are you going to stop shooting these people like this? That's why I call myself the chief of police. I'm the greatest lawyer. This has to stop, madam. You're just approving murder. You just did it again. That is disgusting. I am so sick. These people have to cry all day, and there were other outcomes that could have happened. Where was the Bola rep? Probably.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Aiko.
I would like to speak on all items.
3 minutes.
I'd like to begin by urging this commission to consider the optics of inviting the family of someone who was murdered by LAPD to speak at this meeting, and then to put up as one of the windows on the Zoom screen a giant ticking clock that is counting down the remaining time that they have to speak. On my Zoom display, the ticking clock is bigger than any of your faces. And I 100% construe that as a telling symbol of what this commission is all about. You are a Potemkin version of an oversight committee. You're going to invite a family on in the name of giving them an opportunity to express what they feel about their murdered relative, but then you're also going to put a giant clock in their face the entire time. You know, what better things do you have to do with your time as the oversight commission of LAPD than listen to these people whose relative was murdered by this officer who, you know, celebrates and glorifies the kind of violence that she engaged in against Daniel Hernandez. You know, it's the same thing. You're gonna purport to deliberate this matter, and you're not gonna offer them meaningful justice. And I think that clock was, for me, represented a symbol of your lack of real follow through and caring about these families. And Commissioner Decker, that we're very sorry for the pain that you're feeling. Madam Secretary, that flow through of the way you said that to me, just, it's chilling. Tony McBride murdered Daniel Hernandez. She should be fired. The circumstances are horrific. She's selling merchandise that glorifies state-sponsored violence. Commissioners, do something about this. Rule her actions out of policy. On item 3B, the people of Los Angeles want less policing, not more. This is an expansion of CSP. It's not what the city wants. Item 3E is about $14,000 worth of donated face masks. What a waste. LAPD officers don't wear face masks. We say it every week. It remains true. Steve Soberoff, your softball questions to the chief are embarrassing for someone who's supposed to be a member of an oversight committee. And this 45-minute time limit on comments needs to stop. You need to give everybody who wants to speak at these meetings a chance to speak, and they need to speak after they hear the agenda item discussed and deliberated on. That concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Madam Secretary, followed by Heather C.
You previously announced ACO. Did that person drop off?
Yes, that person dropped off.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Chief. I read something online that people are criticizing LAPD and the people are criticizing Chief Moore. And I find that is a little bit very unfair because if the city continue to cut his budget, if all of the officers are going to retire, if all of the officers are going to move to some like Arcadia, San Marino, those easy money police department, and Chief Moore will never be able to do a good job because he does not have the resources, he does not have the personnel, he does not have the money or whatever equipment tool that he needed for him to do a good job. So if we need the police to do a better job, if we need Chief Moore to do a better job, then we need to give him the enough resources. That means enough officer, enough money, whatever he needs that enable him to do a good job. That's number one thing. Number two things is that regarding the Chief Moore, I'm really concerned about the low morale within the LAPD department right now. Well, I believe that if we only have 9,000 officers, but if we have a really, really good morale, then I definitely believe that 9,000 officers can maybe equals to 90,000 officers. And if we have a really, really low morale, then obviously that 9,000 officers maybe is just the equivalent of 900 officers. So the importance of morale, I'm pretty sure that Chief Moore, you understand morale much more than anyone in the world. I'm pretty sure know that. So I'm just really, really concerned about the ongoing morale problem and something. And then regarding the general public comments, and I just feel like right now, whatever we arrest someone, the second day that guy gets released. Whenever the police, sheriff, highway patrol got someone, the jail is not accepting people. Governor is trying to release more inmates from the state prison. So basically you commit a crime and you got released very soon. Los Angeles, not only Los Angeles, state of California is becoming a heaven for crime. So definitely we need to get more tough on them, not just arrest them for 2 days and then they go back to the street and then we do it again and then we release them on the street again. So go back ongoing that cycle. And then regarding Chief Moore said regarding the report regarding suspect person or everything, I definitely agree with that, Chief Moore. I definitely agree with the chief, but there's only one thing. Number one, when you report someone, well, sometimes.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Heather C., followed by Irene Moore.
Hi, yes, thank you. All items and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. First of all, my heart really does go out to the family of Daniel Hernandez. For any family member to have to lose someone is heartbreaking. That being said, Eileen, this is completely inappropriate of you for you to allow this circus. I'm listening to this thinking, what the hell is this? Is this like an obituary of a criminal? Why don't you get the pregnant lady that he crashed into or other victims to come and speak as well. Why are you allowing this? If you want to be fair and balanced, you shouldn't be allowing the family members to come on like this. It's inappropriate. And I really just can't listen to these BLM, keyboard warriors anymore. When we've had like 40 shootings last week, and they're never there when the shootings happen. And back to Daniel Hernandez, people have to understand that you come at a cop with a weapon or a knife or a box cutter or a gun, there's going to be consequences. Officers should have the right to protect themselves and get home to their families at night. And this constant narrative of making, just like Gascon is doing now, just like, making the actual criminal, portraying them as the victim and the cop as the bad guy, it really has to stop, Eileen. And I hold you responsible. And Liz Rhodes, actually, what the two of you are doing is just shameful. In the beginning, when this started, I had some respect for you. But now after I'm seeing what you're doing, it's just disgusting. You're completely destroying the department and officers' ability to do their job and protect the community. And you say that you care about the victims, but you really don't, because if you cared about the true victims, you'd be making some kind of plan, which is the police commissioner's role. And welcome to the new commissioner. But you guys should be creating some kind of plan to help LAPD and help the officers protect us as a community, not do everything you can to basically neuter them and take away their ability to help us and protect innocent victims. And yeah, the crime is just, it's worse now. It's going to get worse under Gascon, and with all of the new developments with him and what he's doing, you guys really need to change the direction of what you're doing. Also, I don't know who Patricia Decker is, Eileen, if there's any relation to her at NYU, but I see NYU is getting LAPD contracts for various things on police reform. And I'm going to look into it more, but if that's the case and there's a relation there, then that's completely inappropriate. And that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Okay, next we have Irene Moore, followed by Hamid Khan.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Hi, my name is Stacy Dawson Stearns, and I'd like to speak on Chief Moore's report and item 4A, please. General public comment as well. Moore, I'm sorry, I can, for those of you listening, the public, I'm so overwhelmed, underwhelmed and confused by the last caller that I can hardly breathe. Wow, just wow. Wish I had a time machine so I could send her back to Nazi Germany where she belongs. I'm so moved more by your emotional distress at the unfounded attacks upon your officers. I would buy your tears if you showed an iota of care about the people who experience unfounded attacks by your officers every day. Moore ramps up gang claims. So where's your gang data coming from, Moore? Be transparent. Your propaganda isn't working. We're so sick of it. Police commissars, are you aware that you're enabling the largest gang in America? Regarding public help in solving crimes, hey, Moore, that's what we're doing here every week. We are here to inform the public and the police commission of the crimes that are routinely committed by the LAPD, ranging from wrongful arrests to harassment, beatings, intimidation, and stealing our monetary resources. The LAPPL continues to hold LA's city budget hostage by refusing to go to the bargaining table with city council. So LAPPL, that brings me to item 4A. Daniel Hernandez's daughter is 15. My daughter's 15. If my daughter had to face life in this world without her dad, I don't know what we would do. My heart goes out to you, Hernandez family. We love you. The officer who murdered Daniel Hernandez is a daughter too. Her father is the director of the LAPPL, Jamie McBride. He's a white supremacist and a charlatan. In 2017, he managed to get $1.5 million from the city in a lawsuit against the LAPD. How much can this family take from us? How much? You can't get Danny Hernandez back to his family, police commissioners. But if you allow the McBride family to persist with their legacy of glorified violence, you are complicit. Tony McBride has made a commemorative coin glorifying Shootin' Newton and is selling them. They have the LAPD logo on them. Do you know who else made coins? The Third Reich. There are people who celebrate killer cops, and there are cops who become famous influencers in the white supremacist community because they kill people. Soboroff, Bonner, Briggs, Kalanche, don't you have a problem with white supremacy? The clock is ticking. Your time is running out. We are going to dismantle this body, the LAPD, and the entire structure of LA cronyism one brick at a time. Soboroff. Pop-ups, flash mob, these softball questions. It's so ridiculous. You're just giving him scripts. We know you write scripts. All Moore needs is a reason to talk about why he needs more choppers. Just stop it. Have any of you considered that over the past 10 months of being abandoned by the city and state and federal government, after 10 months of school closures, evictions, job loss, that people will turn to crime? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Baba Akili.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
It's going to be on Chief's report, public comment, and 3B.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So first of all, I just want to just speak to the new person, William Briggs, who's become the police commissioner, and interesting to see what his experience is to be in this position, especially when you have been appointed to oversee a department which, as Professor Jody Armour would call, is about violence workers who are not there to create peace within the community, workers who are not there to promote health and well-being of the community, but workers who are there to commit acts of violence constantly against the community. So what you will hear from a lot of folks who could come out here week after week is the tools and the methodologies and the processes of how this violence is unleashed on the daily. Most of the time, you would hear these things about murders have happened, just like the grieving families, and what we hear constantly, collective mourning coming from the community. But you would also need to hear as to what are the daily tools that are used to criminalize, to contain, and control. So it'll be interesting to see how you respond to that. I want to go real quickly to the two demand letters that we recently sent to the Police Commission and the LAPD. One has been a demand letter on the base budget, which completely is missing, where we have no idea as to where these documents are. When we send these public records, the LAPD comes back and it says we have no process in place to maintain these things. So then Briggs, you will see a commission that rubber stamped a whole budget where LAPD got a $106 million increase, which will end up being over 3.2 or $3.3 billion budget. And here we have austerity measures where there's a $700 million shortfall. Secondly, we sent a letter on behalf of the LAPC Fails Collective, which includes the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, Black Lives Matter, Los Angeles Community Action Network, and White People for Black Lives, on this bogus proposal to legitimize the use of facial recognition technology. And Briggs, what you would see is that where the whole country is making a U-turn and in reverse in completely banning these technologies, here we have the LAPD looking to advance a technology which is considered akin to as dangerous as chemical weapons and other things as well. And this is a consensus that is being reached on a global level of what this technology and the harm this technology would cause. So hopefully you'll get a chance to read that letter. Third, I want to bring to attention about this data brokerage that the LAPD has become, because my colleague Jamie Garcia has been following up on CIPRA 20.632, where the LAPD is now claiming that they have given all the data of predictive policing to a private company to Predpol, not purging the data even after the program has been terminated. So this is the rubber stamping that you're going to be looking at.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Akili, followed by Laura Peterson.
Make some noise. I'm out here in front of Eric Garcetti's, the Getty Mansion, with over 100 people to block Garcetti from any position in the new administration. But I'm also here to talk about how this police force has attacked us for peaceful demonstration. And traumatized children and made their presence much like they have done before when we've been at that meeting. You've tried to intimidate us, that didn't work. You arrested us, that didn't work. You tried other things, that didn't work. We will continue to protest. And for those assholes who call in and talk about Daniel Hernandez, that is why Nazi Germany existed. And so we want to talk and make sure that you understand. First of all, you all are cowards for giving 45 minutes to public comment. That is unadulterated bullshit, and it should never be allowed to stand. Where was this so-called de-escalation policy that I hear you talk about last Sunday? You all didn't de-escalate, you attacked. And what Tony McBride did wasn't de-escalate, she attacked Daniel Hernandez. And you all with that bullshit sympathy are gonna wind up ruling in favor of a killer cop. And we know it. So don't even go there with that kind of language. Don't even talk about sympathy. Don't even put the names of the families in your mouth. You are traitors not only to the public, but to yourselves. So don't keep his name in your mouth. And then finally, to the new member, I oppose your appointment. You are another black face in high place. And unless you stand with the people, then you will simply be a rubber stamp like the rest of them. And it's time that we need and have people who are going to speak up, speak out for the families, not for the police. They always got a voice. It's the people that don't have the voice. And so if you all determine this policy, if you all determine this killing in policy, shame on you. If you all determine the death of Daniel Hernandez in policy, then you are less than a rubber stamp. You are a stupid rubber stamp, an unfeeling rubber stamp, an insensitive rubber stamp. And that's the worst kind. And that's why we have blocked Eric Garcetti, because he appointed all you idiots to do this. That's why Eric Garcetti doesn't deserve to be appointed to anything. He deserves to serve out his 2 years and move on and get the fuck on. So.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Laura Peterson, followed by caller ending in 4952. Laura Peterson, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
4A1. Everything that Baba Akili just said, we'd also like to continue to demand that we fire and prosecute Officer Tony McBride. She murdered Daniel Hernandez when Daniel Hernandez needed care. If you go to her Instagram page, you can see that she's consistently being rewarded for being a trigger-happy cop. That should not be what the police are there for. They're there to protect and serve, quote unquote, and that is not what they are doing. We must defund, we must prosecute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4952, followed by Alejandro Garcia Gandara.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to speak on public comment on 3B and on 4A.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm T. Guerra. I'm with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and with the LAPC Fails Coalition. And first, I'm going to speak on facial recognition technology. So the LAPD has been using facial recognition technology since 2004, and it's worth noting that this was launched as an experimental pilot program in the area of MacArthur Park and used predominantly on the Black and Brown community. Facial recognition has been used at different times by LAPD in a secretive way as a handheld device, as third-party software, as part of their CCTV system specifically launched in Jordan Downs, as part of racer surveillance centers, and even inside patrol cars to scan the backs of the, to scan faces of people that were in the back seat. And much of this has remained a secret, as LAPD claims to not have a single internal document attached to any of these uses in their history. And why does that matter today is because LAPD is now trying to continue this use of the technology and to legitimize it. It is invasive. It is used primarily on Black and brown communities. It is used to make arrests, and it is highly inaccurate. We don't know how widespread the use has been in the past or today, but we do know it is used primarily in the Black and brown community. We demand an investigation into LAPD use of this technology, and we say no, absolutely no to the use of this technology in any capacity today through the sheriff or through anyone else. Regarding CSP, the Community Safety Partnership, so-called, is a program that fails communities, but that LAPD and Garcetti likes because it allows them to direct funding to the police to further occupy and surveil Black and brown communities under the guise of community partnerships and social programming, which is troubling and disgusting, but it is not surprising. The community does not want CSP, despite LAPD's research from UCLA, whose team is deeply complicit and heavily invested in the continuation of the gang narrative. This is a time when more than ever people are demanding change. We are demanding city funding of community services and responses that do not involve police. We are demanding a defunding and dismantling, not an expansion of policing programs. We're demanding that you defund CSP. And regarding 4A, Tony McBride executed Daniel Hernandez in the middle of the street after he was involved in a traffic accident. What Daniel Hernandez needed that day was help. And what happened instead is he was treated like a suspect. Michael Moore, you said in your update that police are there to help. How dare you, when that is the opposite of what this community sees and what they experience. Police are trained to fear people, and specifically to fear Black and brown folks, and to treat people with suspicion. What Daniel Hernandez and what his family needed in that moment was for someone to help him. The police cannot provide that, and they will never provide that, because this is an institution built on violence, and this commission protects that culture when you fail to challenge it. I join the family of Daniel Hernandez in demanding that Tony McBride be fired. Do not find the shooting a policy.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Alejandro Garcia Gandara, followed by caller ending in 5436.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'll be speaking on the matters of 4A and general comment. As we heard from a few members of the Hernandez family earlier today, what the commission may not know is this family has served the community for a very long time. They are a family of educators, as myself, who teaches at Cal State San Bernardino. This, despite what Chief Moore and the media portrays Daniel Hernandez to be, I want you to know that this family is well recognized within the community, has served this community for a very long time. In response to Tony McBride and her continuous glorification of the murder of him and constantly taunting this family on social media, as well as coming on my own personal social media accounts as I've talked about her profiting from his murder, going as far as nicknaming her dog after Daniel as sort of a trophy prize. This is the type of person that is armed with a badge and a gun on our streets right now. And Chief Moore, you are aware of this. We know you are aware of this. I'm asking that this commission, despite the probability of you finding this execution as just, we know that it is not. She did not act justly. She acted irrationally. She murdered just another person in our community. We are asking that you find her execution of Daniel Hernandez unjustly, and Chief Moore to start the process of firing and prosecuting Tony McBride. We know that she is well equipped. We know who her father is. We know the monies that she has available to her, but we are a community and we're standing by it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller 5436, followed by T.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all items and general public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first, just to get it out of the way real quick, I want to speak on item 3E, $14,000 worth of masks being donated Everyone knows LAPD intentionally does not wear masks so they can spread COVID to the people that they are terrorizing on the street. You might as well light this $14,000 on fire or flush it down the toilet for all the good that it will do. LAPD refuses to wear masks. Reject that. Secondly, I want to talk about 3B. Absolutely no way should LAPD, a totally corrupt and unaccountable office because of your negligence, have any kind of access to any facial recognition software. That is just insane when we've seen the kind of abuses that LAPD routinely does. Absolutely no. And on 4A, I want to thank Daniel Hernandez's family for speaking today. I can't imagine how difficult that was for them. Tony McBride murdered Daniel Hernandez, and she spends her days now bragging about it. She's even branded a challenge coin, which is so sadistic and grotesque. Any human being with a shred of humanity would feel awful about what they did. But Tony McBride has used it to leverage herself as a social media influencer, and it is fucking disgusting. And this board has the opportunity to at least, for once, show some level of oversight. And rather than being the rubber stamp body that you are, you need to fire her. You cannot find this shooting justifiable. And lastly, just for my public comment, sober off. Stop blocking people on Twitter, you gigantic fucking baby. You're a public official. You can't do that. Unblock everybody now. Fire Tony McBride. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T, followed by Kim Isaacs.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I want to send power and strength and prayers to the Daniel Hernandez family. Honor and uplift their loved one. Second off, it's disgraceful what y'all are doing to these families. Every single family that comes on here, and I agree with Zach Sherwin, you put a time clock, right, on these families that are grieving and in pain and traumatized. You did it to Alex Flores' family too. You couldn't even get a proper interpreter for them. You're constantly abusing and traumatizing and harassing these families. You absolutely need to fire Tony McBride, and you need to find this murder out of policy. This gentleman was in a car accident. How does a car accident turn into a murder of an individual? You need to fire Tony McBride and find this murder out of policy. And then she needs to be prosecuted, right? And secondly, we were in front of the mayor's house peacefully protesting his appointment to Joe Biden's cabinet because he has no business. He can't manage LA. So how's he gonna manage a nation, right? So peacefully, we were coming out here with children and elders, and your pigs descended upon our elders and young folks, right? So we were peacefully protesting, and because they didn't like Black joy and us exerting our celebration of life, right? And being out here exercising our First Right Amendment, y'all descended upon us, beat people with batons, and arrested folks, right? How is that in policy, right? This is why we say defund the police. You're murdering our folks. 626 murdered by law enforcement with zero accountability. Y'all sit up here, rubber stamp this shit every fucking week, and you're complicit with this shit. We absolutely want to fire Chief Moore. We want to defund the police and put those resources in our community for housing, education, mental health, right? Youth services, all the things we need. I'm sick and tired of y'all, your propaganda, and you allow these fucking people, your blue folks, to come on here every week to come in and spread propaganda and disrespect these families. We're tired of your shit. Find that murder, fire her, and find it out of policy. I'm done. Fuck y'all.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Kim Isaacs, followed by Amin. Kim Isaacs, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Kim. Oh,
You hear me?
hi, yes. What items would you like?
Okay.
To speak on?
Everything.
3 minutes.
And a public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to add on to what Tamara was saying. The fact of the matter is we were brutalized. We were brutalized in front of the mayor's house. The police put their helmets on, they lined up, they had their riot gear on, they targeted kids, they ran after teenagers. We had teenagers there, we had little kids there, and the mothers, we were even saying, there are children here. They did not give a shit. They ran at us, they clubbed us. 2 people had to go to the hospital. 1 has a brain injury that doesn't even remember what happened. All for what? We were minding our own business. And they said, oh, well, it was because somebody was using a bullhorn. Well, at that moment, nobody was using a bullhorn. So they just decided to brutalize us for no reason. And that's exactly what the police does. They brutalize Black and brown people all the time, the same way that they brutalize this poor man who cannot go back to his family, who is now having his loved ones grieving for him because a crazy woman cop decided that she was going to be Miss Shooting Cop that day. She was Miss Annie Oakley. And now she's up here selling things. I mean, she named her dog after him. Could you have less humanity than that for a human being? I just don't understand it. And these are the type of cops that are on our streets. This is why we don't want cops in our neighborhoods. This is why we don't want this racist facial recognition software that is just going to be used to further traumatize Black and brown people. We do not want this at all. And other states are getting rid of it. They've already been using it since 2004, and they need to stop it. We do not want that. And you need to give us our public comments. This is an abuse of our First Amendment rights. We have a right to speak. We vote people in office. We pay taxes in this damn city and county. We have a right to speak. 45 minutes is bullshit. That means maybe 15 people get to speak in a city of millions. That is completely unacceptable. And you guys need to find this woman, this shooting out of policy. There is no way that she had any justification for killing this man. And I mean, I know that's what you're going to do because that's what you always do. You ever see him, the police chief said something, you guys nod and say, okay, whatever you say. So I doubt that you're going to, but I want you to look at yourselves in the mirror tonight when you don't, when you realize that this man's life could have been spared. Look yourselves in the mirror when you don't, when you find this completely within policy, because you guys are full of shit.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Amin, followed by MW. Amin, you're on. Amen. Yeah, okay, we'll come back. MW.
Hi, I'd like to speak on the Chief's report, public comment, and items 3 and 4.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Just how beautiful and tragic to hear the heartfelt memories of the family who is grieving the unnecessary death of Daniel Hernandez, and who has had multiple family members traumatized by the LAPD. And just so you know, there are family members waiting to speak right now from the Hernandez family that you've not allowed to speak. First of all, are you aware that Chief Gramala broke LAPD policy and California state law when she honored a request by Tony's father, LAPPL director, and corrupt retired LAPD officer Jamie Hernandez to allow his daughter Tony to have access to firearms, not allowed for anyone until age of 21 in California, and definitely not for any officers until age 21, but she got them at age 19. And Tony's now a pinup girl for Top Shots Hollywood trainer, Terran Tactical, and a cover story for LAPD magazines. It's grotesque. She murdered someone in crisis. This should not be rewarded with continued employment from the LAPD. I'm going to quote now T.T. Williams Jr., who has 50 years of experience, 30 years on LAPD, more than 20 as an expert witness on use of force. He says, you've got to analyze each shot. That's bad, Williams says, as he watched McBride's body cam video. See all those people in the background? They could be victims of this shooting. Your background is very, very important. You are trained. The first thing you should assess is your background. I'm critical from the first shot because there was no less than lethal that was deployed. Let's just re-examine that statement. There was no less than lethal deployed. When he's down and trying to get up, there's no threat. He's just trying to get up. He gets shot twice. Then he gets shot an additional 2 times when he's on the ground. Again, where's the threat? The culture has to change, Williams said. This is not the wild, wild West. Chief Moore, you talked today about how wrong celebratory videos are to public safety, but Tony McBride is glorified for her celebrating shooting human shapes in rapid capacity. And she's kept in her position and made a cover girl. Again, grotesque. She must be fired. This murderous trigger finger must be ruled out of policy. Chief Moore, you talked about today the increase in shootings this year during a year when LAPD has had the highest budget in its history. What you're doing is not working, but this body continues to rubber stamp this total insanity. People are hurting. We need to defund the police. This militarized police department is not keeping Angelenos safe.
Okay, thank you.
Our last speaker, Madam Secretary.
Okay, we'll try Amen again.
Hi, this is Amin. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And how many items did you, which items would you like to
I'd
speak?
like to speak on item 4A and then make a general public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I was also in front of the mayor's house on the sidewalk, peacefully chanting and dancing on Sunday, and was horrified to see the police attack us in that way. It was something I'd witnessed this summer, and I shouldn't be shocked at this point, but it was brutal and it was horrifying. So I just wanted to share my experience on that. And I also wanted to echo others in calling for the firing and prosecuting of Officer Tony McBride. It's absolutely disgusting the way she's capitalizing on the murder of a human being. I've seen video footage on several angles, and there's no way this could be in policy. This is not something that as a citizen, I want my money going towards. Please surprise us, do something refreshing, and hold this murderous woman accountable. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary and Mr. Tiefenk, I understand you were able to locate the Hernandez, the remaining members of the Hernandez family who wish to speak today. So Madam Secretary, if you could call those family members up, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, first we have Marina Vergara.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Good morning. Today, I have no fear. I have no fear to stand up and speak out about what has happened to my family at the hands of law enforcement. I am a grieving sister who lost her brother to a senseless act of violence committed by an agency that is supposed to protect and serve the community. Danny was not a criminal. Danny was in a multiple vehicle accident. He needed medical help. He was rendered none. My parents immigrated to this country more than 4 decades ago. They came to this country for a better life. They bought their home and built a business in the community. I serve this community. I'm an educator in the community. My sister's an educator in the community. My siblings are business owners in the community. I have 8 siblings. Danny helped at the family business. He self-sacrificed his time to help my parents run the business and expand it. My brother Danny My brother Danny had one daughter, Melanie. He adored his daughter and would move his schedule around to be able to participate in school celebrations. When his union ended, Danny moved back to my parents' home. At home, he was a handyman. Danny built the fence and made repairs to the old Victorian house my parents owned in South LA. That is who Danny was, a giving person. My brother Danny was always there for me, especially in the time of need. When I became a single mother, my brother Danny helped guide my children through pain as a caring uncle. He spent time with my children. He taught them about sports and shared family traditions. He was kind and loving. 2 of my children are college graduates and 2 of them are pursuing degrees. That is one thing that Danny helped me with to persevere and be resilient. He taught my children those qualities. I have so many vivid memories of our family gatherings. One is from June 2014, when our family gathered to see the World Cup between Brazil and Mexico. Our children had such a blast. Danny taught some of the little ones to swim. By the end of the night, they were racing each other. Danny was a beloved uncle. He was loved because he never lost his inner child. He knew how to connect. Where do you go when the most murderous law enforcement agency kills a loved one? I reached the point where I can't tolerate the hate and injustice from the system. When Tony McBride executed my brother, she didn't just kill him. She stole our lives too. Our lives have been impacted in the worst possible way. How can we move forward when we notice that Tony McBride is profiting off the murder of my brother by selling challenge coins? She continues to train at Terran Tactical Innovations. She has made no attempts to hide her misdeeds. How do we fight back someone who doesn't abide by the rules? Black Lives Matter, White People for Black Lives Matter, LAPD Stop Spying. People's City Council, our council member in the city of LA had called for her prosecution. Chief Moore, did she use her own gun or an LAPD issued gun to kill my brother? Why haven't you fired her? Why is she receiving preferential treatment? I will continue to use my voice, whether loud or disruptive, to bring awareness of what happened to my brother Danny. Say his name, Daniel Hernandez. Say his name, Daniel Hernandez. Chief Moore and Decker, you must take action.
Thank you, Ms. Vergara. Madam Secretary, the next speaker, please.
Okay, next we have Luz Hernandez.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Commission, Chief Moore. I am Luz Hernandez, and I'm the oldest of 9 siblings. It's been almost 8 months since my brother Daniel Hernandez was taken from his parents, brothers and sisters, and his only daughter. It's been some very sad and difficult moments not being able to mourn as a family during this pandemic. My brother is dearly missed every moment, every minute of every hour. To the Commission and to the Chief Moore, when reviewing this case, I want you to remember this call to 911 was not a criminal activity call. This call was for medical assistance, as Danny was involved in a multi-vehicle collision. He must have been shocked and disoriented, like we would often experience after an accident. He should have been rendered medical attention. Instead, he was met with an egotistic officer that took over the situation immediately after arriving at the scene. This shooting is shocking, just horrific example of an out of policy shooting. On arrival, Officer McBride asked for less lethal force, but did not wait for her partner to provide. This video clearly shows significant distance between her and my brother Danny, of at least 30 feet from each other. Because of this distance, there was ample time for her to de-escalate the situation or deploy less lethal. Yet she instead took her shooting stance and fired at my brother Danny, just like she'd been training at Tehran Tactical Innovations, where the goal is to shoot and kill your target in a record time. Not only were her first 2 shots to the stomach unjustified, but the following rounds were even more unjustifiable, clearly out of policy. Our experts agree, and the coroner's report indicate that these first shots were not fatal. My brother Danny would be here today if not for the following shots that hit in the back, his shoulder, and a mortal shot to the head that were proven to be downward angled, according to the coroner's report. Once on the ground, my brother Danny did not pose any imminent threat to her or any other officers on scene that might have allowed for this deadly force. These shots cannot be justified given that he was immobilized on the ground and no longer a threat. This is an unjustified murder, and it should be prosecuted. It's very clear that this shooting, or execution I should call it, is out of policy. Just like any other murder that occurs by any other citizen against another human being, murder is murder, and it should be prosecuted. Secondly, the video clearly shows that because this was a vehicle collision, a significant crowd had gathered around, yet Officer McBride did not take in consideration the safety of any of the bystanders when shooting against the crowd. These actions should be criticized by the commission. Jackie Lacey recused herself from the investigation because she clearly recognized the conflict. Chief Moore, what are you doing about this conflict? It's also clear that you should also recognize the conflict since you're in constant contact and negotiations with the police union. There's an appearance of impropriety as it appears that the police chief is being lenient with Tony McBride to gain favors with the union. We ask the commission to recommend homicide charges for Officer McBride.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Madam Secretary, the next member of the family, please.
Okay, we have Claudia. Oh, Claudia doesn't have the latest version of Zoom. So we'll go on to Claudia Hernandez.
Well, if someone could reach out to her and perhaps she can call in using the telephone line so that we could hear from her. But why don't we bring up the next member of the family?
Okay, and it's the same with Claudia Hernandez. Give me 1 second to contact family liaison.
Very well. Why don't we do this? Are those the only 2 remaining family members, Madam Secretary? Or Mr. Tiefenk?
Yes.
All right. Why don't we do this? Members of the commission, why don't we take a 5-minute recess and reconvene? Let me just take a look. Why don't we reconvene at 11:15, take a brief recess, and allow those additional family members to gain access to our Zoom meeting. Thank you, and thank you, members of the public, for your indulgence and your patience. We'll reconvene at 11:15. Okay, very well. It is 11:15. Madam Secretary, Mr. Teefank, do you have any update for us on the remaining members of the Hernandez families who expressed an interest in speaking today?
Yeah, we had them log off and re-log on again. Let's try this. Claudia Hernandez.
There we go. Ms. Hernandez. Very well. Please begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please feel free to speak. Begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'm Daniel's sister, but my mother's gonna speak, which is Maria Hernandez.
Thank you. Yeah. Whenever she's ready. And I understand she in need of an interpreter, Ms. Hernandez?
Yes.
We do have an interpreter online. May I ask the interpreter to identify herself, please, or himself?
This is the interpreter speaking. Good morning.
Very well, thank you. Good morning. Are there any directions you wish to give the Hernandez families in terms of?
I will give her the instructions in Spanish, if that's possible.
Very good, thank you. Yes.
Señora Hernández, buenos días. Si es posible para usted pausar un poco solamente para permitir la interpretación, si puede decir un par de frases o hablar por un momento y después darme una pausa para poder interpretar lo que usted dice, se lo agradeceré mucho.
Mi nombre es María Hernández. Yo soy su mamá de Daniel Hernández. Daniel Hernández era un chico de su niñez muy sano, compartía juegos sanos. Daniel Hernández era mi mejor ejemplo, un buen ejemplo a seguir. Se preocupaba por su familia.
My name is Maria Hernandez. I am Daniel Hernandez's mom. Daniel Hernandez was a very healthy boy. During his childhood, he shared healthy games. Daniel Hernandez was my best example, a good example to follow. He always worried about his family. Adelante.
Daniel Hernández era un hijo querido, amado por toda su familia, sus hermanos. Eran 9 hermanos. Él era el 6º hijo. Él era querido igual. Tenía muchas ilusiones por vivir, por hacer algo en la vida. Daniel era padre y madre para su hija. Este mes ha sido muy duro para mí, muy difícil caminar.
Daniel Hernandez was a beloved son, loved by his entire family, all of his siblings. He was one of 9 siblings. He was the 6th son. He was equally loved by all. He had many, many hopes and dreams to live, to become something in this life. He was a father and a mother for his daughter. This past month has been very difficult for me, very hard for me to walk. Adelante.
Dani Hernández. ¿Quién era Dani Hernández? Era muy responsable con su hija. En las mañanas, él cuando tenía su hija, se paraba. En la noche se ponía a plancharle su ropa. Siempre se preocupaba porque su hija fuera limpia a la escuela, peinada. Le hacía desayuno. Si no, pasaban a comprar algo. Era muy preocupado. Era la luz de sus ojos.
Danny Hernandez. Who was Danny Hernandez? He was very responsible with his daughter. Every morning, whenever he had his daughter, he would get up, he would iron her clothes. He would always be worried about sending her clean to school with her hair combed, and he would make her breakfast, or if he couldn't, he would stop by to buy her something. He was always very concerned and worried about her. She was the light of his eye. Adelante.
Danny Hernández era un hijo muy querido. Lo amaba tanto. ¡Qué ejemplo de hijo! ¿Cómo caminar sin él? ¿Cómo reemplazar a mi hijo? ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo lo voy a reemplazar? ¿Cómo voy a vivir sin él?
Danny Hernandez was a very beloved son. I loved him so much. What an example of a son. How am I going to walk without him? How can I replace my son? How can I? How can I replace him? How am I going to live without him?
Yo como madre estoy aquí presentes ustedes. Exijo, quiero que tomen responsabilidad, enjuiciar a Tony McBride.
I, as a mother, I am here. I am present here before you. I demand, I want you to take responsibility and prosecute Tony McBride.
Por asesinar a Daniel Hernández. Exijo justicia. ¿Cuándo? Ahora. Ahora exijo justicia. Mi hijo valía. No era un prófugo de la justicia.
For murdering Daniel Hernandez, I demand justice. When? Now. I demand justice now. Now. My son had worth, had value. He was not running away from justice.
Así como enjuician, así como enjuiciarán a uno de los suyos. Danny, mi Danny, no era ninguna amenaza para esta policía Tony McBride.
Just the way you prosecute, just like you will prosecute one of yours. Danny, my Danny was not a threat for that police officer, Tony McBride.
Danny, en su accidente, ¿qué era lo que necesitaba mi hijo? ¿Qué era lo que le negó esta policía? ¿Qué le negó? Sus derechos. Necesitaba ayuda médica.
Danny, during his accident, what did my son need? What was it that this police officer denied my son? What did she deny him? His rights. He needed medical help.
Pido justicia. Sin justicia no hay paz. No hay paz. ¿Cuándo? Ahora. Ahora pido justicia. Y aquí está su madre y no voy a parar. Pido justicia para mi hijo Daniel.
I ask for justice. Without justice, there will be no peace. No peace. When? Now. I want justice for him now. I am his mother and I am here and I will not stop until I get justice for my son Daniel.
La pérdida de mi hijo es irreparable. Muy irreparable. Pongan sus manos en sus corazones. Piensen. Hay demasiadas víctimas. Una de ellas es mi hijo. ¿Por qué? ¿Con qué derecho le quitan su vida? ¿Por qué LAPD trabaja en sus sistemas de corrupción? ¿Por qué? Él tenía todos sus derechos. Ahora ella se está riendo de mí. Para mí no va a haber más paz, más tranquilidad, más besos, abrazos, sonrisas. Me voy, madre. Ya me voy. Te veo al rato. Y ahora no lo voy a ver nunca. Solo en fotos, recuerdos. ¿Por qué son tan inhumanos? ¿Por qué no tienen corazón? ¿Está hueca por dentro esta oficial? No tiene sentimientos. ¿Qué le pasa? Mi hijo jamás va a ser olvidado. Al caminar, regreso a mi casa llorando. Hay noches sin dormir. Su padre cayó enfermo, tuvo internado. Yo le pido cada momento, cada día, no me dejes caer, papacito. Tu hija está bien. Dejaron a su hija sin padre.
The loss of my son is irreplaceable, really irreplaceable. Put your hands in your hearts and think there are too many victims. One of them was my son. Why? What right do you have to take his life? Why does LAPD works within this systems of corruption? Why? He had all of his rights. Now she is laughing at me. For me, there is no longer peace. There is no longer calm. No more kisses, no more hugs, no more smiles. I will leave, mother. I will leave and I will see you later. And now I will never see him again. I only have pictures, memories. How can you be so inhumane? Why don't you have a heart? Is she empty inside, this officer? Does she have no feelings? What happens to her? What is wrong with her? My son will never be forgotten. Whenever I go out for a walk, I come back home in tears. At night, I cannot sleep. Now his dad is sick. He's in the hospital. And I ask you, please don't let me fall. My dear father, your father is well, but now there's a daughter without a father.
Cuando mi nieta viene, Melanie Hernández, se desahoga conmigo. Solo nos abrazamos. Qué pérdida tan grande. Me hace falta mi padre. Recuérdalo, madre, así como era él. Momentos de sus enojos, sus peleas, pero eran sanas.
Whenever my granddaughter comes, Melanie Hernandez, she vents with me. She liberates herself. We just hug each other. What a great loss. She says, I miss my father. I remember him the way he was. And maybe they had their fights or their arguments, but they were healthy.
Compartíamos bellos momentos. Viajábamos. Hasta 24 horas manejando. Íbamos a visitar la familia. Mi hijo salía mucho con ella. Iba al cine. Qué momentos inolvidables. ¿Quién me va a reparar ese daño? ¿Quién? ¿Quién?
We shared beautiful moments together. We would travel up to 24 hours driving. We would visit the family. My son would go out a lot with her. He would take her to the movies. Such unforgettable moments. Who is going to repair this harm? Who will? Who will?
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. We appreciate you coming forward today and presenting to us.
Gracias, señor Hernández. Apreciamos que usted levante la voz el día de hoy y nos presente.
And thank you to the interpreter. We appreciate your efforts as much.
You're welcome.
And I want to thank all members of the Hernandez family for coming forward today. We are very sorry for the pain you are experiencing. No one wants to see any family in pain, and certainly not any mother. The family requested to come forward today, and we thank them for working with the Family Liaison Unit and for identifying the amount of time that they wished to speak. For years, the Commission has allowed families related to matters that we hear in closed session to come forward and speak. No one's compelled to do so, but we certainly appreciate the families who do come forward. But as commissioners, we've taken an oath, and that oath requires us to apply the law fairly and impartially to every case, and to do so faithfully. And today we will do so again. We will hear the evidence, the statements taken from many people, bystanders to this incident, who witnessed the event, videos, forensic evidence, reports that were made related to the incident. And after hearing all of that evidence and having time to absorb all the evidence, we will apply the law to the facts and come to a conclusion. And that conclusion will be whether the actions of the substantially involved officers was in or out of policy, the LAPD policy. And that's the only decision that will be made today, whether or not the actions of substantially involved officers were in or out of policy. We are not a prosecution office, nor do we refer cases for prosecution. Our role as a commission is to review independently the facts and evidence in this case and apply it to the policy. With that, that concludes public comment, as well as honoring the request of the Hernandez family in terms of the amount of time that they sought. I know the board secretary would like a few moments, I'm sure, to work towards bringing up the presentation that we have scheduled to take place today. But commissioners, we do have other business on our regular agenda, items B through G. And while the board secretary is working towards bringing forward the presenters for today, may I ask if any commissioners have questions on B or G? Otherwise, we can call them forward for the votes that are needed. And we can relieve those individuals who are waiting to present and answer questions. Mr. Soboroff, do you have questions?
No, you said questions on B or G, but you meant B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Excuse me. Thank you for that. I meant B through G, B through G.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll call them up in order. I don't see anyone opening their microphones for questions on B through G. So I'm going to call them up in order. And if you wouldn't mind, commissioners, open your mics, because I'll just take a voice vote on all the matters. I will begin with item B, and this is the department's report regarding the memorandum of agreement with the Housing Authority, and the requested board action is to approve the department's report and transmit concurrently to the mayor and city council, and I will move that forward.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there, let me just take the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Item C, the department's report relative to the transmittal of a grant application. The recommended board action is to approve the report and transmit concurrently to mayor and city council. I'll move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Excuse me. Was that an opposition, sir, or? let me redo the vote for C. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. Item D, the department's report relative to the approval of request for proposal, an RFP. The requested board action is to approve the department's report. I'll move that forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Item E, the department's report relative to the acceptance of a non-monetary donation of masks. The requested board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I'll move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. And item F, this is the department's report relative to the opposed additions to the retention schedule. And the requested action is to approve the report and transmit to the city clerk, which I will move forward. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Very well, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0. And item G is to relative to the destruction of obsolete and records. The requested board action is to approve the report and transmit to the city clerk. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Very well, moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. And thank you, Madam Secretary. I see you have brought forward representatives of the department. I believe it's Chief Arcos, Deputy Chief Scott. Welcome. Deputy Chief, I think Tinglerides is on the line. And Ms. Tremblay, and I believe others will be joining us if I'm not mistaken. But why don't I turn this over to the department to begin their presentation. Members of the commission, you will recall several weeks ago, we discussed having a presentation or perhaps a series of presentations about the rising number of shootings as well as murders in South Los Angeles, in particular, South and Central Los Angeles. And today our presentations regarding that request made by a number of commissioners. With that, Chief Arcos, are you going to be leading the presentation from the department's perspective?
Yes, I am, Commissioner. I'm gonna start off and then turn it over to my partners, Chief Scott and Chief Palazzolo, and Ms. Tremblay is joining us today. I just want to say good morning to the commissioners and welcome to Commissioner Briggs. I think you've heard from the chief in his report just about every Tuesday, our challenges and our struggles with crime, specifically in Operation South Bureau and Operation Central Bureau. It's been a challenging year, as you all know, from working and serving and policing in a pandemic environment. And that has extended over to our efforts to mitigate the shooting violence and homicides that we've experienced this year. As you heard earlier from the chief, we're up 76 homicides year to date and approximately 327 more shooting victims this year than last year. It has not been for a lack of effort from our men and women and from the leadership of our team throughout the Office of Operations. We have utilized a number of strategies and resources throughout South Bureau and Central Bureau to help stem the tide of the violence, also reaching out across to our federal partners and also working with our elected officials in City Council for press conferences, for rewards, et cetera, to reach the community to help quell the violence. Today, you're going to hear a presentation from Chief Regina Scott and Commander Al Labrada with their efforts in South Bureau. I'll let them introduce their guests today who will also speak on the community efforts and the community impact. And then Chief Palazzolo will do the same. And then we'll close with the Director of GRID, Ms. Ann Tremblay. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Scott and Commander Labrada. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Just making sure that you guys can hear me because we're all masked up and we're social distancing. Anyway, I'm Deputy Chief.
Can hear you, Chief.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So I'm Deputy Chief Regina Scott, the Commanding Officer of Operations South Bureau. And with me, I have Commander Al Labrada, who's the Assistant Commanding Officer of South Bureau. And I also have the pleasure today to have LaWanda Hawkins, who is the founder of Justice for Murdered Children. We will provide an analysis of the increase of the violence in South Bureau year to date, and what we believe are contributing factors for the increased violence. And then finally, an overview of our commitment to protect and serve through the engagement, education, collaboration, and the enforcement. So currently, right now, we are adhering to, we have a 29% increase in homicides. We have 56 increase in aggravated assaults. We have 5.6% increase in aggravated assaults. We have 34% increase in shootings, and we have a and what we're seeing, and although we have an increase in violent crime, our overall crime in South Bureau is reduced by 2.2% in violent crime, 13% in property crime, and a total of a reduction in overall crime year to date is 9.6. However, since May, we are starting to see a trending in the wrong direction as it relates to homicides, ag assault, shootings, victim shots, and also grand theft auto. So as of January 1st, we currently have 128 homicides. Of that, 16 homicides are in Southwest, 17 are in Harbor, 77 are in 53 cases are in homicides are in 77, and we have 42 homicides in Southeast. And of those 128 homicides, 83 cases are gang related, and 85 of those are where the suspects are unknown, and I have 38 cases where there's a dispute or they're acquaintance. And we have 4 cases that were domestic violence related. As for our ag assaults, we have 5,868 ag assaults that resulted in 1,187 shots fired, compared to 880 shots fired of last year. That gives us a 34% increase in shootings. And then of those 1,187 shootings, 104 of them resulted in homicides. 44 of those shootings were a result of a robbery. 775 were a result of an ag assault or attack. We had one that was part of a burglary, one that was a grand theft person. 71 of them was a result of vandalism. And then of those 1,183 shootings, it resulted in 527 of those shootings, which is 45%, they are gang related. And of those 1,180 shootings, it resulted in 569 victim shots. And of those 569 victim shots, we were able to confirm that about 62% of those shootings were gang related. And of those 350 shootings that are gang related, 80 of them resulted in homicides, which is a 19% increase at the same time last year. And so I'll go over a little bit of what we believe are the contributing factors of and what we're seeing as far as a trend. And the first thing that we're looking at is a lot of our shootings are multiple victims. And what I mean by that, that we're seeing an uptick of shootings where the suspects are shooting into groups or into cars where multiple people are in or riding. And when we compare that to last year, that resulted in 225 more victims shot compared to 150 victims shot last year. The other contributing factor that we believe is gang feuds that are driving our uptick. And although we're not seeing an intense rivalry, what we're seeing are spurts of retaliation. We're starting to see cyberbullying, where the gangs are calling each other out or disrespecting them or invading their territory, but they're doing it on the internet and through cyber. And what that does is the speed of that technology doesn't allow us to be able to figure out what's going on in the streets, because as soon as something goes up, they put it out as far as they can, as quick as they can on the internet, And then before you know it, there's a back and forth shooting before we're able to get resources in there. So it impedes our ability to manage rumor control. We are seeing an increase of, in South Bureau, we have 104 gangs that we have identified. And what we've looked at as far as these retaliating shootings, a little bit over 40 of those gangs are the main contributors or the active gangs for those shootings. Another part of that uptick are hood days, and hood days are a date that the gang members have identified as a date as the birth of their gang. And during that week when they have their gangs, historically, we have seen an uptick of crime and an uptick of shootings and homicides and large gatherings. And in those large gatherings, since they no longer have that ability to go other places, and that is, we're seeing more shootings that are occurring in that area. The other thing that we are seeing is an uptick of high capacity magazines and an uptick of guns that we are taking in. One of the things that is unique this year compared to what we're seeing last year is that we're seeing a polymer gun, which is a manufactured gun that you're able to buy over the internet, and then you're able to put it together and you'll be able to use it. The other thing that we're seeing is high capacity magazines and even rounds. And part of, we have increased our, last year, our confiscation of guns, we have increased that by 9%. But even at our crime scenes, we are starting to see anywhere between 20, 30, sometimes 50. In our last shooting we had just last week, I think there was up to 70 rounds that we were there, which also helps to support the gang members are carrying high capacity. Another contributing factor is an uptick in prostitution. And with the COVID, we've noticed that our strip clubs nationwide have shut down. And what we are seeing is we're seeing prostitution from all over the country. Utah, Oakland, Vegas are coming in and we're experiencing an uptick. And what that means is that we'll have our gang members who will be their pimps or associated with that. And we're seeing a slight uptick on that. And what has also impacted us is a little bit of the budgetary constraint. And what I mean by that is historically, we know during the summer that there is an uptick of crime in South Bureau, particularly and specifically as it relates to gangs and their ability. The inability of having so every summer we had the ability to have a violent crime task force and have the ability to utilize overtime so that when we know we have a hotspot, we can deploy units and resources and engage the community. But this year, with the budget constraints, we're unable to do that. The other part with the budget restraint is, and although we are managing our cannabis, our illegal cannabis, we had overtime to supplement our deployment. And this year, we are still maintaining and managing it, but we're not being able to do it at the same capacity as we did the year before. Our other option that we saw was the COVID-19. And of course, that had an impact on some of our deployment. It has an impact on the way we engage and conduct our communities and our outreach. It also eliminated summer programs and social services in the community. And then finally, two more additional contributing factors that we believe had an impact, and that was the reconfiguration of Metro. And during last year, this time we had Metro, especially in South Bureau, we had 2 squads of Metro deployed in South Bureau. And what they were able to do was to provide high visibility, crime suppression, and help us to address community engagement and deliver that focused deterrence on the streets. And we reconfigured them and put them in a different type of configuration, which Commander Legato will discuss how we now utilize them. And then the last 2 things that was an impact on us is the zero bail, the ability to arrest someone and the criminals being released within 2 to 3 days after being arrested. And I'll give you just 2 incidents. And on August 2020, we arrested a suspect for GTA. And when we got that suspect in custody, we looked at his history and we saw that he had been arrested 6 times since March. And another incident in August, we arrested a gentleman for a burglary for motor vehicle, and he had been arrested 9 times since May and had been released. And then the final thing is really the suspension of parole and probation. We utilize that tools for when people are getting out of the jail, and we're able to identify those who are committing crimes and be able to leverage parole and probation. But during the COVID, parole and probation, those things were put on hold. And then our final thing that we looked at was federal filings. During the COVID and during that time, the U.S. Attorney and ATF and FBI at that time had slowed the ability to file federal cases. Grand juries were temporarily delayed, and we were able to really leverage our violent crime task force, our FBI task force, with our federal partners. So I'm going to turn it over to Commander Labrada. He will discuss, although we have these contributing factors, what are we doing to combat crime and our strategies moving forward?
Good morning, Commissioners. Hopefully you can hear me. This is Al Labrada, Assistant Commanding Officer of Operations South Bureau. As the Chief said, our ability to be successful in light of the issues we're having with our spiking crime, first of all, is the important information that's relayed to our commands daily. So every day I'll start with our Area Crime and Community Intelligence Center. Our divisions are tasked with identifying those spikes in crimes, but more importantly, what are some of the contributing factors daily on those spikes and the feuds that are causing that. Additionally, we look at property crime. We look at other crimes that are affecting our community safety in those particular divisions. Every day, in the summer particularly, we do a 6-day conference call at 11 a.m. with our captains. We also have USC, we have the port. On occasion, we'll get the Sheriff's Department involved as well when they're able to get on the call. And we talk as well to our federal partners on these calls to talk about what's driving some of this violence. We talk about strategies, we talk about overlapping crime in the divisions, and then what's affecting outside the Bureau as well, in Central Bureau, perhaps in Newton. And we talk about strategies moving forward of how we're going to deal with that violence. Additionally, we have a lot of communication daily with our stakeholders when it comes to our council offices, but more importantly, our intervention partners. And I know Ann will go more into detail on that, but that's an important aspect of this thing, because every day, as the Chief talked about, is those incidents that drive this violence. It could be a gang funeral, it could be a spike in retaliatory shootings. And our ability to get on the phone daily with our intervention partners has been successful in them being able to mitigate that tension and concerns that are occurring based on those gangs activities. Additionally, we have a border surge, which if we automatically get an increase of incidents throughout the night, what could be shots fired, it could be shootings with individuals getting shot. We have what we do is we surge our borders. So I can put resources in from Southwest that may be having a more quiet night into 77. I can push 77th into Southeast or bring harbor resources in to support the crime. And that gives us the ability to put immediate officers on the ground to stop that violence until we can put some resources in place to investigate. So the Office of Operations has been very helpful in bringing us resources as needed from throughout the city, from the Valley, West Bureau, as well as Central Bureau, to work with one another to support that. And I'd like to highlight a little bit about our Gun Crime Intelligence Center, supported by ATF. We do have what we call here an integrated ballistic information network that we work with ATF here, and to identify those trigger pullers, those people that are pulling the trigger on those shootings, because they're not just doing it here in South Bureau. We had incidents in West Bureau at some of the Hill homes where individuals, unfortunately, were going there, getting involved in gang parties, shooting and killing individuals. And through our Gun Intelligence Center, we've been able to identify and track down some of those trigger pullers to put those individuals in jail. And that's through the casings. They're able to do ballistic matches to be able to identify those casings and use forensics and use the science to be able to put these individuals in jail. So this CJIC has really been successful. To date, CJIC has received over 275 NIBIN hits, which means they've been able to identify casings in 275 individual cases that were used in other locations, with the nexus of over 746 crimes that were involved. That means that weapon could have been used in 10 other shootings throughout other parts of the county or any other parts of the state where the system's being used to track down through NIBIN. As the chief had talked about, unfortunately, our federal filings are down because of COVID, but we're moving forward with some of our federal prosecution. ATF and FBI recently did a takedown on one of the most active gangs here in South LA. That was the nexus of some of the most violent gang feuds here in 77th and Southeast. Some of the other efforts by the areas is our named suspect arrest detail. So officers and detectives are once a week going out and tracking down individuals named on arrest reports, named as individuals that may be on a neighbor dispute, assaulted a resident, or perhaps a domestic violence suspect. We're dedicating some more time with our foot beat officers, putting them on the ground in corridors where we're having concerns, especially in those areas that are seeing an increase in some of the property crimes as well. I highlight a little bit more about our ATF, DEA, and FBI efforts. They have been successful here in doing some federal task forces and identifying some of the trigger pullers, and again, the individuals that are causing a lot of the violence. We increased our use of social media, not only to keep the community aware of the violence that's occurring here in the community, but also to do some prevention. In light of COVID, it's important that we keep them informed of some of the crimes that are occurring, especially as we near the holidays. One of the things we started here in really throughout the city, but we're really taking a strong effort on this thing in our neighborhood engagement areas, is looking at the environmental review of the problems in our communities. So if we're having a constant shooting problem in certain alleyways near a liquor store, we're going to focus on long-term solutions to either increase lighting, maybe close off a vacant lot, to address the long-term stability of that area instead of just bringing cops in to push the problem somewhere else. We're looking at the environmental problems to keep that long-term solution. As the chief highlighted, our gang impact team is continuously doing that work alongside of GRID to reduce the violence. We've recovered over 1,853 guns here in South LA through the year, which is quite a significant, slight increase from last year. But in light of the concerns with COVID, it's still a large number of weapons being recovered. In regards to our narcotics enforcement advice, we're continuing to work in light of the COVID. However, we're looking at the abatement efforts as part of that as well. We're not only just serving the warrants, but also bringing in other resources from the city, whether it's building a safety fire, to look at the long-term closure of these problem locations rather than just reoccurring and keep serving search warrants. And then as the chief talked about, our Metropolitan Division has been reconfigured to support us in our shooting response teams. And what these officers are now supporting our detectives is when there's a shooting in one of the communities, they respond out with the detectives from that area. They're configured to cover from 7 a.m. to about 2 in the morning. And they'll come out and support with video canvassing, the support with door knocking and finding additional witnesses. And on occasion, we'll get some leads, whether it's a license plate or an individual. And those detectives and those officers from Metro can support going out and doing immediate follow-ups, preferably arrest somebody, or hopefully stop that violence or surge in violence from continuing. And then lastly, as the chief highlighted, monitoring the gang feuds is significant. I know Ann's going to talk about really the efforts that they put forward with GRID and intervention to dispel those rumors, to mitigate the tension at funerals, repasses, and other things that really tend to, in the future, have caused us a lot of violence. And then we're taking a close look at our work with the clergy. We're continuing that in light of COVID and keeping them informed, as well as intervention and our high visibility efforts on that. So thank you again, Commissioner, for the opportunity, and I'll turn it over to Chief Scotty.
Okay, and I would like to hear from our community member, Luana Hopkins. Thank you. To the family of Danny Hernandez, my prayers go out to you. To have a loved one murdered is devastating. But I like to say to the LA commissioners, lay off LAPD officers in May, no way. Did you know when you support LAPD, you support safe streets and you save Black and brown lives? Also, there is a sizable body of evidence that proves more law enforcement on the streets and certain kinds of policing like LAPD do lead to less violent crimes in Black and brown communities if supported and funded. Again, my name is LaWanda. I'm with a group called Justice for Murdered Children. We assist families that have had a loved one murdered. We're a group you don't want to be in. The only way to become a member of this group is to have a loved one murdered. What's happening with murder in minority communities today constitutes this city's worst nightmare. We need alternatives to layoff of law enforcement and budget cuts for LAPD.
Murder is at its highest in a decade in minority communities, and we here cut the budget of LAPD and talking about laying off officers? How can that be? The question is, how many more victims of murder and gun violence before we put public safety first and support law enforcement? If you continue with your cuts to LAPD, hundreds of innocent minorities, people will become victims of gun violence and murder. Again, we need alternatives to layoffs and budgets of LAPD. That's why I'm here today, a mother of a murder victim, asking you, LA Police Commissioners, to support LAPD by giving them the tools they need to protect our streets. Help LAPD reduce crime on our streets by supporting them. We want safe streets. We want the daily shooting and killing in our communities to stop, but we can't do it without accountability from our community and law enforcement. When you support LAPD, you support safe streets and you save lives. I don't know the dollar value of a life, but I do know we have too many minorities being murdered by minorities daily. Where is the outcry and demand for justice for those murdered victims and public safety for those communities? High visibility is needed of LAPD to make our streets safe. Black and brown murder is the highest we have in the city of Los Angeles. And we need some form of accountability. And we're not hearing that. Victims of violent crimes, it seems like our voice is not being heard. The only person we have right now is Chief Moore. He stands up for victims. So we're saying lay off the May of LAPD, no way.
So that ends our presentation, and we're here to take any questions.
Chief Scott, I'm sorry, we could not hear you.
That ends our presentation, and if you have any questions.
I'm sure we will, but why don't we hear all the presentations? Thank you all from South Bureau, Chief Scott, Commander Labrada, Ms. Hawkins. Thank you very much for your presentations. Now let's go to, I believe Central Bureau will be presenting. Chief Palazzolo.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief, Mr. Smith, Mr. Teefank. Here with me, I have a gentleman I'd like to introduce, Pastor Bobby Lopez. He is the founder of Passion LA, which is an organization that works with at-risk youth in low-income communities. So we've seen the same trends basically as South Bureau has seen regarding our crime and our violence. We track along the same trajectory. And although Operation Central Bureau this year has seen a decrease of nearly 6% in violent crime, there's been an alarming increase in shooting violence and homicides. So the number of victims shot in Operation Central Bureau has increased 34% across the Bureau, which includes, and there's been an increase in all the divisions within the Bureau. The shooting incidents overall have increased by 45%. The highest increase of victims shot have been in Central area and Hollenbeck area, respectively. Many of these shootings have been associated with an increase in the homeless population and also an increase in gang activity. Homicides have increased by 36% in the Bureau, with 67% of all of those homicides involving a firearm. The highest number of total homicides has been in Newton and Hollenbeck area, respectively. The highest increase by percentage has been in Rampart and Northeast areas. There's been a significant increase in the number of homicides involving either a homeless suspect or a homeless victim. So our analysis has identified many different causes for these increases. Some of them, we have solid data to back them up. Some of them, we have information based on the street, what we're hearing in the street. But we've seen gangs transcend into the homeless population. They cross over. That's why we're seeing a large increase of shootings and homicides involving the homeless population. These gang members are either older gang members or they're become homeless or released from incarceration, and they integrate into the homeless population. The age of shooting victims in some of the areas is much older than we've seen in the past. And many have lengthy criminal history, which is indicative of maybe somebody that has been released from incarceration and now is integrated into the homeless community. And that is consistent with the early release of some of the incarcerated due to COVID and other reasons. As these individuals get released, they don't have really a place to go. We don't see a lot of treatment, a lot of services provided to them, and they are integrating into the homeless population. Narcotics are thought to be among the critical factors in the disputes that evolve into shooting violence. Many of the shootings are directly correlated to narcotics, but many, we don't know the cause, but what we're hearing in the street are disputes based on narcotics. Firearms violations are not having when a person is arrested for firearm violation, it's not having the required consequence of keeping somebody in jail. So what's happening there is people who are arrested for carrying a firearm are being released quite quickly from detention. And what's happening there is that information is getting out to the street that if you carry a firearm, if you get arrested, you're not gonna stay in jail. So it's allowing more people that liberty of carrying firearms. And when you have a firearm and you get into a dispute, it's very easy to get a hold of that firearm that you're carrying and use that firearm in the dispute. That is a significant increase of our shootings, that firearm is too readily accessible to people. Some of the challenges that we're facing are these. In most cases, the victims of shooting violence refuse to cooperate with investigators. Unlike past increases in violent crime, the community outrage is missing. We are not seeing the community outrage that this level of violence had to be getting. It's not there. We also, as South Bureau mentioned, we also have less resources as in previous years, either due to COVID and the resources we spend in addressing the COVID response, the protests over the summer and the response to those protests, the cut and overtime details to address specific problems, specifically with the narcotics and the cannabis details that we're doing in past months. And there's also challenges in conducting parole and probation follow-ups, because many of the individuals being released on parole and probation, as I mentioned earlier, are transcending into the homeless community. It is very difficult to find those individuals living among the homeless to conduct probation and parole follow-ups with no permanent address. So some of the strategies that we use are this. We continue to work with our community organizations for education and to get a temperament of the community, as we do with Passion LA. We involve GRID to stem further violence and intervention. We have strengthened our investigative components and then moved detectives from some low-level property crimes to address finding and investigating finding the trigger pullers and investigating these shootings. We've established the Bureau Shooting Response Teams, as Chief Scott mentioned, through the help of Metropolitan Division, to respond to the scene and collect evidence, identify witnesses, and conduct follow-ups as quickly as possible to find those trigger pullers. We've also been working with our federal partners to seek prosecution involving weapons charges. Oftentimes, those charges are able to put some of these trigger pullers and some of these people involved in the gun trade to get them detained for longer periods of time. Most recent, we had a gun buyback a couple of weekends ago in 3 locations throughout the city. One of them was in Hollenbeck Division, one of the places that has seen one of the highest increases in shootings. We also had the daily CSOC call, which every morning we gather all of our command officers within Central Bureau, our partners, including outside agencies, and CSP, Community Safety Partnership, and we analyze the crime for the last 24 hours to see if there's any trends, to see if we need to move resources, to see if we need additional resources to address a particular problem. We work with our business communities in keeping them informed, but there's a lot of frustration in those business communities as well. So we try to do the best to alleviate some of the concerns, but we do work with them as much as we can. That is my analysis and my quick recap of what we believe is causing the trends in shooting violence specifically, and our strategies to address it. And I like to have Pastor Bobby talk a few minutes about what he sees on the ground as far as the community concerns, if there are community concerns, and you could share some of that information. And Pastor Bobby works on the east side of the city in Hollenbeck area and the county, so he can give you that perspective.
Hi, everybody. I'm Pastor Bobby. I'm the founder of Passion LA and CEO of it. I got a unique perspective because my parents were gang members. My father was stabbed to death when I was 3 years old. He was in prison. And my mother married a drug dealer, so I kind of had an adventurous life growing up. Got out of all that, got through all that, joined the Marine Corps, and then founded Passion LA. Passion LA is basically, our focus is to transform the lives of urban kids at low income areas. We felt like we could do it. We felt like we had our unique perspective of being at-risk kids ourselves growing up, helped us with all that. The current situation right now, as we see it, the way, I'm not at all an expert. I'm sure you guys all have your own perspective, but our perspective has been pretty much that the reason the outrage isn't there that would normally be there during this time is that, the devil the devil you don't know is a lot scarier than the one you know. And pretty much the level of violence, our violence altogether in the east side of LA, they're kind of used to that kind of style of gang violence. But this whole thing of COVID is kind of more scarier. So people are more focused on that. They're more focused on their health and whether they're going to make it through economically. And so with that big fear looming over them and the unknowns with that, they're more focused about that than the gang violence. I guess, they've lived through some harder times and in East LA and to the east side. So they're pretty much, I wouldn't say immune to it, but once this is under control or they feel safe from COVID, then I feel the outrage will be there. You got the other issue being that, that we really can't mask or do anything as a group. Those of us who are taking this seriously and the leaders who are responsible for people's lives aren't going to try to organize something together to try to come up and get to stem the violence. We're just trying to do our best and adapt and overcome in a really difficult situation. The community feels safe as far as, I would say so people ask me all the time, how do kids in our community define trauma and drama? I would say they define it as life. They're so used to that kind of violence and everything that they feel not safe, but it's the normal level of threat that they're used to. But with COVID, I guess that's the bigger issue that we're struggling with. The gang violence seems to be, it's a really good era where there's a lot of people who are turning away from it, but the hardcore generational gang members are still strong and still moving through and doing what they're doing. I think the community is making a lot of changes that I don't know whether they're right or wrong. I'm really not in that situation to say that, but I think when you make fast changes without the right support systems and without the right, if you're going to stop something, you got to start something to kind of take over what that was meant to protect. So I think we're making a lot of fast changes that might be affecting in a negative way the community, not because the changes aren't good, but maybe they're just too fast. So that's just my opinion. That's just what we see. Our team is really working with the kids. We see a lot of emotional health issues, relationship health issues. The kids are just, they're scared whether they're going to eat tomorrow. They're scared where they're going to live. There's so many big issues on it right now. So as far as violence goes, I think we live in that. We're used to that. So that's what I see.
Thank you, Pastor Bobby. And, Commissioner, so I mentioned earlier about many of the shooting victims being of older age, something that we had not seen in previous years when there was a violence spike. So that is what Pastor Bobby alluded to a little bit, that some of the gang members, older gang members that are being released from incarceration, there's a correlation with that in that they are the older generation that is still entrenched in that lifestyle. So I don't have any questions. I'd like to introduce Ms. Ann Tremblay from GRID, who's going to follow up on our presentation, and then we can take questions at the end unless you want me to answer questions now, Commissioner.
No, thank you. I think, first of all, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Pastor. I think we want to hear all the presentations and then we'll open up for questions. So thank you, if you won't mind standing by for a little bit. Thank you. Ms. Tremblay, whenever you're ready.
Sorry, having a little trouble there, trying to get unmuted. All righty. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Commission President Decker. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Very happy to join you this afternoon on behalf of Mayor Garcetti, as well as on behalf of the 27 community-based organizations that GRID funds and works in partnership with throughout the city, and as well as our team in the Mayor's GRID office, our 15 program staff and our 8 fiscal and administrative staff who together work to support those 27 community-based organizations, as well as work in concert with the police department, with Rec and Parks, with other city departments, and with our other community-based partners. You've heard from us before, although I know we do have at least one new commissioner here about GRID. So just before I focus on the response to the increase in crime and what we've done most emergently over the last 2 months or so, I do just want to remind everyone that that this is part of a comprehensive strategy. What we do with GRID includes very intentionally a holistic approach that's led and implemented by these community-based organizations. It is community-led and community-delivered public safety that includes community engagement through Summer Night Lights, Fall Friday Nights, the gun buyback, which Chief Palazzolo just mentioned, gang prevention services to youth and family among the highest risk for gang joining through those community-based organizations focused on the 10 to 15-year-olds, gang intervention services for youth and young adults that are already gang involved or gang affiliated by their own admission, by interventions, and then the violence interruption piece, which is the piece that I am gonna focus on. But I just did want to remind everyone that this is a comprehensive approach that includes these elements that all work together and have worked effectively together over the years, have grown and have been that community-led violence prevention and intervention approach. We also have a robust data research and evaluation infrastructure that looks to develop the work, improve the work, take the feedback from those on the ground, from the organizations, to continuously improve the work. So as I said, I'm going to focus on the intervention piece. So the goal of the gang intervention, or our gang intervention workers, street outreach workers, or what they're called in some other cities, is to respond most immediately and urgently after a shooting or a homicide. And we're very fortunate here in Los Angeles to be able to have developed over the years the type of relationship where we get real-time information from the police department that goes out to our staff in the mayor's office, as well as to the community intervention workers. There's a lot of information sharing from the department to our team and intervention, so they're informed about what's going on in real time. Information does go back the other way, but I just want to remind everyone our intervention workers are committed to the community, committed to preventing retaliatory violence, but they don't help LAPD solve crimes. They don't tell them who did it, even if they happen to know or have heard in the community. Their focus is of preventing the retaliatory violence and supporting families who may have been impacted by that violence. And that's what they focus on. That's their role. We work a lot with training with the department and intervention workers, so everybody understands their roles and responsibilities. Our intervention workers use that information that they receive to make sure that they can do rumor control in the community, that they can disseminate accurate information, that they can decrease tension in the community. They'll also, as disputes might come up between two groups or two neighborhoods, use their skills, their knowledge, their community knowledge, as well as information that they may receive through our channels to help mediate conflict conflicts among different groups or neighborhoods. And their big focus now, as always, is that prevention of retaliatory violence. And we have seen from our research that they've had a tremendous impact on the city in preventing that retaliatory violence. So all of that work continues. It's been difficult, obviously, because of COVID, but we were fortunate that early on, the mayor, with the chief's support, deemed intervention to be intervention workers to be emergency workers under the Safer at Home orders, and that continues under the most recent line. Prevention intervention is specifically named as essential services from that first Safer at Home order. So despite the tremendous challenges presented by COVID, the prevention and intervention providers, and now most recently with new services on board of youth diversion and juvenile reentry restarted, all of those providers are continuing to serve youth and families and communities despite the challenges of COVID. It has made their job more difficult. It's added to what they do in terms of community, right? So much of what they've had to do recently is give out food, give out PPE, and do that sort of very fundamental community-based engagement because of the challenges presented by COVID. But I do want to assure this commission and the public that the amount of hours they've worked, the amount of people, youth and families that have been served has stayed on track with last year, and in some categories has increased. So they have continued to do that work despite the challenges. So I really want to highlight that and appreciate that. I know they all need more resources and would love more resources, but they have done a tremendous amount with what they've had. In late September, at the request of the mayor, Mayor Garcetti, and after discussions with the chief, his command staff, as well as our community intervention leaders and our community-based partners, GRID identified about $320,000 in cost savings and money that had yet to be encumbered to add up to 40 intervention peace ambassadors, we call them. They're not full-fledged intervention workers, but more folks of that ilk with lived experience to support our work in South LA and Hollenbeck. For that amount of money will with luck cover us through February, maybe March. But we were asked to do something on an emergency basis, and that's what we've done. So within 10 days of that request, we worked with community-based organizations. We got 6 contracts increased for South LA and Hollenbeck. We now have 34 intervention ambassadors, so additional folks out deployed in the community, along with our longtime and year-round intervention workers. Each of those ambassadors is mentored and supported by an experienced GRID community intervention worker. They may not necessarily be responding to scenes like our longtime intervention workers do, but they are conducting outreach in their neighborhoods, supporting proactive peacemaking efforts, monitoring hotspots, doing interpersonal conversations, calming the community, doing all of those things to help support our longtime regular contracted intervention workers. They have been giving out food as well, doing turkey and food giveaways to engage with the community, as well as PPE distribution, which has been key part of our work. That sort of adding to our public health approach to violence has also been the public health work of COVID education during this time. So these ambassadors, many of them are from the neighborhoods or communities that our current intervention workers already were covering, but maybe from a different set or a different subset of that neighborhood. So they're able to add value in that way. We've also added connections to 8 different groups and neighborhoods that we previously did not have a direct intervention worker to contact with. So that's been a value add to build up right now. with seeing some activity in neighborhoods and with groups and gangs that we haven't seen in the recent past. We're also covering and crossing over with some county areas as well as the city of Inglewood, because both of those can have impact on the city in terms of cross-border gang group activity. So that's what the approach that we've taken is, just doubling down, pushing on all of our normal comprehensive holistic work, while also adding these additional assets to the areas of high need in Hollenbeck and throughout South LA. We will just continue to push hard to support our community-based providers and to work in partnership with the department in an effort to make an impact on this increase in violence, as well as, that broader support, that holistic approach goes to those underlying conditions that were talked about by various folks in terms of what may be leading to this uptick in violence that we've seen here, this increase in violence that we've seen here in Los Angeles, as well as in other major cities during this past year. So with that, I'll say thank you for the time and opportunity, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tremblay. Very much appreciated, as I did the other presentations. Before we open it up to commissioner questions, I should ask Chief Moore. Sir, did you want to add anything to the presentations that have already been made?
Thank you, commissioners. I think that first of all, I want to thank our community members as well as Ms. Tremblay, in addition to the leadership team of Central Bureau and South Bureau. I think each of the teams demonstrated consistency as far as what we see as underlying factors that are influencing this increase in violence. Particularly troubling aspect of it is that the extreme level of violence. These are not just disputes, low-level disputes of fights or disagreements, but they're amplifying quickly into multiple shootings, multiple victims. Just this morning, we have 2 barricaded suspects situations unfolding with gun violence. We also have a young man that was standing in South Los Angeles when he was brutally shot, and unfortunately will survive those injuries. So the ongoing nature of this is troubling. It's what I said in my earlier remarks. It's something we're seeing here, but we're also seeing it in major cities across the country. What I think is different in Los Angeles is that the framework of our GRID interventionists, our outreach with our clergy and engagement, our community partnerships that we have shown and invested in, and them invested in us as a shared responsibility, has given us a framework. Our federal partners with ATF, the U.S. Attorney, the District Attorney's Office, the City Attorney's Office, our prosecuting and enforcement postures, I think, are proven. But we do see challenges in each of those areas brought on by COVID. When we talk about our community engagement, I think it was Pastor Bobby said it best, that we have communities that are primarily focused on trying to make have a meal today. How do they deal with their children? How do they deal with this pandemic that is impacting them as a family? They're losing people within their family, and those crises are really capturing their time. And our ability to engage in with those groups, with those communities, and support them is really through food giveaways, drop and goes, and those engagements that really don't allow for a lot of conversation, a lot of efforts to share and find ways to work our way out of this. And those moments I think are significant. The lack of school, the lack of a social framework with community engagement and programming that is just shut down right now. The lack of GRID, being able to be at a bedside in a hospital of a man that was shot this morning to try to distill or disrupt further acts of violence. Those are true and genuine matters that I look forward to us continue to strive to find ways of working around and finding adaptations that can work through. On the enforcement side, this is a growing body of concern because we're seeing at the federal and state level and at the local level that the court systems that have been severely impacted by this pandemic, that we are seeing justice delayed. And in that justice delay, we are seeing individuals who are violent, that have a propensity for further violence, that rather than being in a custody setting, are back in our streets. And in being back in our streets, they're able to engage further in this. So I think this is an area that I look forward to working with our district attorney, with Sheriff Villanueva, and with our court systems to understand how do we arrest individuals who are felons who have prior violent acts of gun violence, and yet they're back in the street, and criminal justice system may be deferred for as much as 6 months or longer. And those individuals, I believe, are re-engaging in further acts of violence. There's no one solution here. This is going to take our continued efforts on each of those areas I've talked about. But community awareness, I want to thank this commission for bringing to this discussion a broader ability for the community to hear what our efforts are, what our partnerships are, what our strategies are, and I look forward to hopefully with this vaccine, seeing some of the controls, some of the safer at home restrictions that are impeding us, seeing those relaxed, which will allow us, I think, to use a model that has proven successful in the past. Thank you for this opportunity to make a few brief remarks.
Thank you, Chief. I'll ask one question and open it up to my colleagues. Ms. Tremblay, last week, the Chief of Police presented to us the impact a lot of the budget cuts that the City Council and Mayor are considering. And as he indicated this morning, there's already a pathway on potential layoffs for the city. With respect to GRID, Ms. Tremblay, can you advise us, are you aware of cutbacks that may impact the GRID program? So many community-based organizations get funding from the city, and they're so critically important to driving crime down, as you articulated. What is the prospect, or what are you seeing, hearing about potential cutbacks to the GRID program over the next few months that you're aware of?
Thank you, President Decker. We were very fortunate this year that we were able to, for this current fiscal year, able to keep all of our contracted providers at the same level as last fiscal year. So we were able to, despite there was a decrease in the GRID budget in the city's budget in the Blue Book, there was a decrease, but we were able to identify some other funds to make up that difference, so that we could keep that those contracts at the same amount to continue to support those agencies. I think it remains to be seen what next fiscal year will look like. If the budget line item stays the same as it is this fiscal year, will we be able to find some of those funds in addition, as well as grant funds, to make up that difference, to hold that status quo? That's what we'll be working towards at a minimum. If, like other city departments, we're forced to have an additional decrease in our overall budget, that would then have an impact on the budgets of the community-based organizations. The vast majority of the funding for GRID goes out to those community-based agencies. I think, as you and I have certainly discussed before, and others, right, we try to keep the staff side of GRID very lean in terms of our staffing and our costs, because while our team is very important and we help oversee and support those agencies, we are committed, the mayor is committed to getting the majority of those funds out to the community-based providers so that they can do their work. So it honestly remains to be seen. I think we'll see, like all parts of all departments in the city, even though we're part of the mayor's office, we are in effect like a small department to some degree, with a separate budget line item of how all the city's fiscal outlook might impact us. So we'll work hard together to try to at least keep the status quo for the providers, but it does remain to be seen. And we are actively looking, as we always do, for grant funds. We do have several state grants now, and are hopeful that perhaps some federal grants will now open up to us in the coming months as well, to support this work.
Thank you, Ms. Tremblay. Commissioner Soboroff, I saw you were you had a question, sir.
Thank you. Ann, thanks for the presentation. It must be validating for the work that you do and the people that you work with to have not only city support and city support hanging in there with potential of hopefully much more federal and state support, but also the philanthropic world in Los Angeles recognizes the importance of what you're doing and sees it almost as a unique service provider. You hear, my question is, so that's a congratulations. You hear a lot of discussion about, well, we need to take money away from law enforcement and give it to organization after organization after organization. And it's been frustrating to me that a lot of these organizations have not received funds or increases by the programs. But tell me, don't you have a pretty good perspective of, or what is your perspective of who should be receiving funds, where we need them the most, what agencies? Because what I don't see is anyone other than you saying, well, you know, here's 15 organizations that could really have an impact, or here are 20 existing service providers. You hear people complaining, but they don't offer solutions. Do you think, without endorsing specific programs, do you think you're at a point where you know what's needed?
Well, I think I'd say thank you for the compliment first, sir. I appreciate that. I think collectively we're very proud of our work, and I'm proud that I get to be here as a representative of all that work, both in the office and with our community-based providers. I will say honestly, yeah, I do think I've over these last 7 years, I do have a perspective on approaches to community-based organizations and the support that we as government can provide to community-based organizations and their staffs to support them in the current work, but also help them grow and develop and build their capacity as individual staff members and organizations. And I think that's an important role we play, just as sometimes philanthropy can do that as well. Philanthropy does support the work of GRID, although that does all focus on summer night lights. But that summer night lights brings together all of our components of that comprehensive strategy. So that's an important public-private partnership for us. We do, like all city departments, do competitive requests for proposals in order to select the organizations that are funded through GRID, right? So they must meet all the city's standards and requirements, which, you know, we're always trying to make streamline and make better and easier for them to be able to apply, because that is a challenge and that's feedback we've heard. So the ones that have the contract right now, our goal as the Office of GRID is whoever got it through that fair and open and competitive process, we now need them to succeed for the period of which they have that contract. We are going to support them however we can, so that now that they have the contract, they can be successful to do the work. And we do that both in an encouraging way and then also in holding them accountable for what they've committed to do. I will just add that we are unique among programs like this, both I'd say in the city and around the country, in that we're not funding organizations to just do whatever that organization may have done. We have set models of service that we ask them to implement so that we can measure all agencies equally across the board with the type of services through a variety of tools we use, as well as data collection, and to then also get their feedback to make the work better. So I do think there's systemic things that we can do, regardless who the community-based organizations are, that can support them and help them to succeed, that can maximize the dollars that go out to them, while also making sure we have good account of those dollars and their efficacy in the community. So I do feel like we have a good perspective on that, that I'd be happy to share with folks on how to do that, because that's something with Mayor Garcetti's leadership we've built over time.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Anything else, sir? No. Commissioner Bonner, earlier you had said you were deferring questions. Do you want to go next, sir?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can hear me all right, hopefully.
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to I had probably three questions. I wanted to direct the first two to Pastor Bobby and Wanda, I believe. And I'm continuing to look and think about this as in terms of the cycles that we've seen before. And I'm thinking first relative to the 90s, when there was epidemic level of gang violence. And there was reference here, Chief Palazzolo also referenced that some of those involved in current crime are not just the kids, but also some older individuals as well. But I wanted to ask the pastor first, just to, also since you mentioned that you come from a family that has had a lot of involvement in gang activity and the like. Could you comment really on, it seems to me that many of the kids and the young people that are in the streets now and that are the subject of a lot of the activity that we heard about are the offspring or the children of many of the people who were living in these conditions and under these circumstances in the 90s. That's just, an observation. So I'd first appreciate a comment really just giving us some perspective of, are we dealing with people who have been living in and around this kind of condition for some period of time?
Yeah, well, growing up, I asked my mom, why did you join gangs? She said that it was just all we knew, all we understood. We didn't feel like we were joining the gang. We were just doing what we normally did. So I would say, yeah, just like any, there's a lot of cops who had fathers who were cops. They wanted to get close to their dad. They admired him growing up. They wanted to connect with him, so they became cops. I think it's the same way in the gang world. You grow up and your father or your uncles, the people you look up to, are doing that kind of stuff. And they're the men who take you under their wing. And even if they don't take you under their wings, you admire them and for what they're doing, wrong or right. And so you just follow into that. And until something changes your paradigm and until you see something outside of it, and someone turns on the light and tells you that that's not normal, that's just, you're just doing what your normal is. And so.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And there's a lot of ground to cover. So at some point I'll probably connect with you, I think, to continue that conversation. For this purpose, is part of I'm doing is looking back in order to then allow us also to look forward. If you think about what you and others have experienced just from a generational standpoint, you reflect the generation kind of up and coming from the 90s. So we're actively really looking at how much better can we make the situation for, those who are coming, not only in the streets today, but those who are coming the next generation. I wanted to ask, I believe it was Lawanda, if I had your name correct, about the human side of the situation. And in particular, I don't know if you're familiar with the concept or the notion of toxic stress, but that's the condition that all of us have, the ability to fight or flight that comes about and usually in a momentary moment of stress. But people who experience that over a sustained period then develop developmental challenges and high blood pressure, all of those kind of things. And that's what I've read about. So that's why I'm asking you if you could take a minute just from your perspective to speak to really from the victim standpoint, someone who's been a family member involved in a shooting or just seen a shooting. What do you see in terms of that ongoing impact on families and young people in particular?
Oh, first of all, I just want to say thank you for the question. The impact that I have noticed on families who have had a loved one murdered, they're mentally traumatized for life, especially the young people who have siblings or parents murdered. They feel, they don't feel safe anymore. They feel as though their safety has been tampered with. And when they feel as though they're not getting the support from the communities, Crime victims find it hard to get the community to support them. They seem to support those who have committed crimes in our community. And when our young people see that, it puts them at a disadvantage mentally and socially. They're not able to compete with others when they don't think that those who should be supporting them have decided to support those who have victimized them. The trauma from that is a life alone. It creates criminals. Because if you feel as though the judicial system has let you down when you became a victim of a crime, you feel as though you have to step up and take the law into your own hands sometimes to get what you think is justice in our criminal justice system. And so to have this to go on, like the pastor said, they grew up in an area where violence was part of life. A lot of our youth are growing up where they're hearing gun violence at a young age at 3 and 5 years old, and they're thinking it's part of the norm. And even in our community, we have allowed it to be normal for this type of behavior to go on and say it's part of the life here. And so the mental problem with that is damaging. It's generations of victims. And until we start supporting victims of violent crimes and giving them the actual help that they need to overcome some of this trauma that they have been put into, not by choice, but by force, to be able to take the necessary steps for healing, not as just for the adults, but for our kids, when they know that it's wrong for people in the community to be shooting all night long. But we're saying it's part of the norm, it's life. And that is a mental problem that we're going to have to deal with for years. Once we told our young people that it's okay for gun violence to be in our community on a day-to-day basis, and we're not going to assist you, we're going to pull back on resources, and we're not going to help the victims of violent crimes. Funding needs to be put there too. When we talk about funding for public safety, we have to consider victims of violent crimes. We need homicide intervention programs. We need programs to assist law enforcement to give them the information they need to hold people accountable when they commit these crimes in our community. We need assistance for the families when they're on the ground and have had this horrible experience. But it needs to come from people who have experiences like we do for other crime victims. But we do not see that. And so the mental damage that we have created by allowing this violence to perpetuate in our communities is a lifetime mental problem we have put on our kids for generation to generation. This curse of violence has to stop.
Well, I appreciate that. And I would say also one thing I would like to probably talk with a number of you about, you in particular, about also is the continuing impact from the standpoint of adults. So when I listen to what you're saying, then you do have the complication with job training and someone in those situations saying to be productive, to be able to then take advantage of job training and holding a job and other kinds of things that would also be important to bringing down levels of violence. But you need some special, sounds to me like you need some special attention to that as well, so that people, it's not the same as myself or somebody else who hasn't had that experience, just learning a new skill. You have some additional services that are going to be needed to support that as well. So I will look forward to learning some further things from you on that front as well. In the interest of time, I did want to get to two more questions in, if I could quickly. One is to anyone in the uniforms, Chief Scott or Commander Labrada, and this is on. This is going now just to some of the questions about the law enforcement response and activity, and I'm going to ask particularly a question about some of the stops, the investigatory stops that we've talked a little bit about. And as you know, I've been trying to spend some fair amount of time in South Bureau and trying to understand really a number of these issues at a greater level of detail. And aside from the fact of just the sheer chaos that sometimes surrounds any of these incidents in terms of the number of people that gather and all those things, that maybe a different conversation. But I've heard a couple of different things about the stops. One is that they are done when a radio call comes out looking for a suspect of a particular description, particular vehicle, that then generates, you know, a stop for of a vehicle or a suspect that might match those descriptions. The other is the officer initiated stop, which is they're aware of some things going on in the neighborhood. Maybe it's a result of information they got from an interventionist or others, and they are proactively. Can you comment? Maybe it could be both, but is the predominant number of those stops in either of those categories, or is it some combination of both, or maybe something else entirely?
I might be a little confused as to what you're asking.
What I'm asking is some have said that the stops, investigatory stops, are conducted when an officer receives information that to be on the lookout for a particular person in a particular type of vehicle, and that then yields, you know, they're potentially stopping someone that meets that description. The other I've heard is that no, sometimes it's someone on patrol or part of the gang unit is aware of something that's happened, and they develop their own initiative to conduct a particular stop. So I'm just asking, is there one of those? There could be any more variation on the theme, but is that are those the two main scenarios in which those kinds of things are initiated?
And I agree, you know, so we do a stop because you have information from a flyer, and we'll do a stop from information of a vehicle or a person that might match a description. And then we also do stops based on sometimes behavior. You'll see a guy ducking down by a car, and you assume that those behaviors or the behavior of the person is indicative of a possible crime. And so we'll do a stop and then build our reasonable suspicion and probable cause in that relationship. And then sometimes we'll do a stop just based on, and again, based on, again, it's all based on behavior, and it's based on information and crimes that are occurring in and around the area. If that answers your question.
It does, and I'll be following up some more on that as well. And then lastly, I just asked for anybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Sounded like somebody else.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Bonner. It's okay.
I was just going to ask lastly, and this is now on the look forward part of it, because there is, I think, the kind of the thrust of public policy, wherever anyone, you know, sits kind of on the spectrum in terms of how they would deal with it. You do have a number of changes recently in the criminal justice system that does result in more people being on the streets at different times than they otherwise would be. But you also have the voters, at least in the county, expressing a strong view that that the future approach ought to emphasize, you know, community investment and so on. I, for one, don't accept a dichotomy that it's either or. I think, as LaWanda mentioned, you need you know, resources to deal with the violence that's occurring now in order to create those safe conditions in which others can do the good work that needs to be done. But the question that I just put to anybody is if we were to convene a similar conversation over the next several months, who else could we bring to the table that could speak to or let me put it differently. Right now, we're still talking about basic needs. Everybody's overrun, just trying to deal with safety and shelter and the things that food, those things that people need to eat or to have to survive. But then you also have that other layer of social services that need some investment to create jobs and investment and other opportunities and things of that nature. If you have a suggestion now, that's fine. But if not, I just invite anyone to also send us some information on who can help us in speaking to that issue. You know, when you're thinking of the comprehensive approach, you do need the schools, you need the economic development people, you need the law enforcement people, you need a lot of people working together as a team to kind of paint this picture really as to how we can get the control on what's going on now, but also then to build on that to do other things. And so I just appreciate any input. If anyone has a thought now, that's great, but more likely you can just send us some information on some other groups that we could be in touch with.
It would be helpful for folks to send that information to Mr. Tiefenk, the Executive Director, so we can continue to have this conversation and presentations over the coming weeks and months ahead.
Thank
If
you.
anyone wanted to respond to Commissioner Bonner, you're welcome to, but we particularly coordinating with Mr. Tiefenk would be helpful. With that, why don't I ask our other commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, was that it, sir? You completed your questions?
It was, although I did have a comment just for Anne to also say that I've, had some opportunity not just to observe some of the interventionist work, but to attend some of the training as well. And it is kind of great and very necessary work when you think about actually the point at which these interventionist groups work. But we do still have some work to do to also tighten that relationship with officers in the field to understand who does what. You mentioned, the role that they do play and what they don't play, and so on. And I've seen some of that learning taking place, but it just also tells me that we've got to increase that understanding, even on the officer standpoint, so that they can take full advantage of that resource. So just an observation, just more than anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner, and more kudos to the grid team, Ms. Tremblay. Commissioner Kalanche, Commissioner Briggs, I see you have your microphone open, sir. Do you want to go ahead?
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for a very eye-opening presentation. The underlying tone or takeaway for me is that not only are we dealing with a severe infectious epidemic that has pretty much decimated our community, but we are also seeing an epidemic of violence that is impacting our community. But as Pastor Bobby stated, where is the outrage for the latter epidemic? And I don't see any. To Luwanda's point, I believe we do need strong public safety in communities of colors because we are impacted the greatest by the number of violence. And that's just a statistical fact based on information that I've been provided since I've been on the commission. And I must say that just looking at the numbers of shootings from this past weekend, including today, it impacts communities of color. Nothing else, communities of color in the South Bureau and Rampart. And that's what I'm saying. So to the point that Pastor Bobby raised, where is the outrage? Rather than treat this as business as usual for our communities, and rather than a lot of the organizations, some of whom have probably been on the call earlier today, lamenting the police and claiming that the lives in our communities matter, why aren't they as outraged by the harm that is taking place in our own communities? To that extent, my question, and I'll throw it open to Chief Moore or to Chief Scott or Chief Pelucio, is there a media strategy to put before the public here in Los Angeles County, that not only do we have rising homicides, but also we have rising shootings and shootings on a daily basis? What can we collectively as a community do to stop that? Because it is senseless, we're harming each other, and we're causing needless harm in the communities and the families of all of these victims. So I'll just throw that one question open to whomever wants to address it, if someone wants to address it.
Let me weigh into this. This is a primary focus that we're talking about each of our days, not just on a Tuesday morning before this commission, but media availability. Anytime we have a community setting, our social media platform, our efforts of news releases, these decisions are being made because these are the most pressing matters before us. You know, the department is committed to reform. The department is committed to meeting the moment in regards to improving trust in our communities. And at the same time, we remain committed to providing for public safety. These are not binary issues. These are things that must occur together. And so our communication strategy is to talk about our purpose, talk about our core values of our desire to build and deepen trust in communities of color, particularly. And we know we fall short. And at the same time, we are asking ourselves, where is the outrage? And we have community members that are at the table today, and they're in part telling us why there is not that outrage. And in part, it's because of the size and the enormity of this crisis, of this health pandemic. It is a genuine to the core of our people. People are losing their lives, and they're focusing on their most primary objective. And the challenge is that the communities that most impacted by violence have, unfortunately, multi-generations of culture that says, well, this is what the communities in which we live in. This is what we are to expect. This is the norm. And that's where Rwanda and Pastor Bobby both indicated so clearly. We cannot, as a society, ever accept this level of violence. And yet, law enforcement, we need other voices. We need people within the elected officials, council leaders. We need council people that are in these districts. You know, where is their outrage? Where is their commitment to public safety? Where is their commitment to these organizations and to these victims of this violence? And we do have a media strategy, and we have strategies working with our elected officials and with our community engagement to elicit their involvement, to elicit their shared responsibility in meeting this moment. And so this is something that we're actively involved in, and I welcome your focus and identification of this, as other commissioners have as well, because I do think that there is a narrative here that we need to bring greater attention to, and resources, not just resources for maintaining this department, but resources for our victims and for the children experiencing gun violence, the children experiencing this isolation and this sense of hopelessness, as well as those that are being let and moved out of prison systems with absolutely no safety net. We made a passing remark here that will be lost in the narrative of the journalists today, which is thousands of people being released out of prison with no home address, with no place to land, but back in the streets. And without parole and without oversight, what are their options? And so this is a distinct moment that we recognize others that look at and say, well, this is happening. It's a phenomenon occurring across the country. LA has never been a city to accept what happens in other parts of the world as just one of those things. We are a bright city. We are a world-class city, and we can work our way through this with a model, but we need more help.
Thank you. Commissioner Briggs, did you have anything further? Any follow-up?
That's all. Thank you very much, please, Chief Moore.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And certainly, Chief Moore, we agree that reform and protection of public safety are not mutually exclusive. And Commissioner Briggs, I think you framed it right. Where is the outrage? And that is why we asked community members to come forward to speak with us today, because no one can speak more loudly than people from the community that are experiencing this and dealing with it on a daily basis. So we do Ms. Hawkins for coming today. Commissioner Kalanche, I know you've been waiting so patiently, and I apologize. Did you have questions, ma'am?
Maybe just a statement and one quick question. So I guess I come from a different perspective. I really believe that investing in these communities is a public safety strategy. It just can't be investing in law enforcement to respond to these issues. While I believe the role of law enforcement is extremely important, it's also important to invest in these communities that really need the support and need we need to invest in the development of young people. So I feel that, asking for people to be outraged is a little bit difficult, having grown up in a community where gangs were prevalent and still work in this community. I mean, people have, major things they need to deal with on a day-to-day basis, so they're just getting by. And and to ask for them to be outraged. They're just surviving and, hoping that their kids are not, victims, and hoping that their kids can graduate from high school and go to college. So I think it's a deeper, more complicated issue. And we talk about, really needing to develop strategies that are more comprehensive than just, law enforcement, and some investment in prevention. And when Commissioner Soboroff, you asked about organizations, there's been efforts to build comprehensive strategies so that we can invest in communities to provide the public health, the public safety, the youth development, the family services, all under one department in the city, versus kind of the way that we're doing it now, where there's not much coordination to provide in these communities. So it's a larger strategy that requires that the city and its different departments work together and not just rely on law enforcement to solve the problems in these communities, because kids don't wake up and just think about like, I'm going to shoot a gun or I'm going to shoot at someone. It takes a lot to get to that point, and that means that we need to invest in young people long term so that we're preventing those situations. So I just had to bring that up. But I also question about some of the law enforcement efforts. I'm wondering CSP's role, because I know in South LA there's a few CSP units out there. So I'm wondering how involved they've been in trying to engage community or just prevent some of the activity, and also senior leads. I think those are critical positions within law enforcement that can maybe provide some strategies in how to address some of what's happening. Just curious if those are being employed.
Yes, I say overarching, we absolutely agree with you. This is public safety is a balanced approach of both and support for these families and for these young people, as well as older community members. And it's not a policing. This is not a policing solution. Policing is a component of it, but please don't interpret our remarks as a means of that we are going to solve this with policing. Quite the contrary. What we're saying is it's not a binary decision, that we need a whole of community to come. And the shame of this is that I agree with you. We agree with you. As a law enforcement professional, we see trauma. We see the historic impact of trauma across multi-generations. And it's a sense of hopelessness and like inevitably this is going to happen. I'm going to lose people. That's just the way it happens in our community. And outside the community is what we're saying. Where is that outrage? Is outside the community to help those communities that to change that culture. And it is long standing, and it needs to be persistent, and it needs to be a greater level than what it is today, not policing, but in these other issues and these other social programs and outreach and engagement. Lastly, CSPB, Community Safety Partnership Bureau. Policing at its best is at a neighborhood level. Whether it was last week's LMU study that talked about the public, they trust their local cop. They don't like policing overall. They support community policing, but they particularly like policing when they know who their cop is, just like when they know who their neighbor is. And that's where the safety of community safety partnership, the engagement of why violence is down in those areas, arrests are down and public trust is up, is because when officers get to know the community and community get to know them, and we don't define things by arrests, we don't define success by just pure crime rates, but by that engagement and that trust and that resilience of the community. That is the future of LAPD. It's a future if it's properly funded. It cannot be a future if, as we follow the council person that I will not name, that said policing needs to be in fire stations, and we need to respond to calls of violence and be direct and confront those matters. And then when those things are done, go back to the firehouse. That is not policing that's successful. Policing that is successful is community safety partnerships, which are there day and night and are building relationships and engagement, getting kids back and forth to school and having those encounters. That's the future of LAPD. That's the future of this department. And I look forward to us being able to expand those type of programs.
Commissioner Kalanche, did that conclude?
I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And thank you so much for your remarks as well. I think we all recognize that the answers to this problem is not exclusively with policing, but we all should, everybody should be outraged by the rising crime numbers and the impact it has on communities. But certainly community groups like all the groups that work with GRID, all the organizations working with CSP are critical. And on that note, I think I would ask the pastor, Ms. Hawkins, if you wanted to add anything, having heard some of the remarks from commissioners. You are from the community. That's why we asked you to come today. The impact on the community is so significant. But having heard some of the conversations from commissioners, I wanted to be sure to give you the last word if you have any.
Yeah, I think I really like, I've never really been part of this meeting before. I've never really seen it, but I really like where it's going. I agree with what people are saying. I think everybody working together is the best way to go. I would say that I think that there's definitely needs to be more, I agree with a lot of people on this call. There has to be something towards the trauma. People who hurt people, and that's what we're seeing right now. Or people who are hurt people, sorry, is what I meant.
Thank you, Pastor. Ms. Hawkins?
Yes, I'm with Chief Moore with the Community Safety Partnership. It needs to be, I grew up in an era where we used to have officer friendly, and everyone in the community knew who officer friendly was, and we were able to share. And law enforcement, even though they're law enforcement, they sometimes has to act as a social worker, sometimes they're a parent, and sometimes they may be a sibling depending on the situation. So it does take a community partnership to be able to deal with some of the trauma. But when we don't have law enforcement on the street, trauma continues to grow. So we do need their assistance.
Thank you so much for coming today. It was very impactful to hear from both of you. And of course, to the department representatives in Central and South Bureau, thank you very much. And for all you're doing with respect to the rising crime rate. I'd like to reiterate what Commissioner Bonner mentioned earlier. I do think this should be the first in continuing conversations on this topic because it is so important. So if you do have suggestions to other organizations, please bring them forward. The department knows how to be in touch with Mr. Tiefenk and can help coordinate all of those efforts. So thank you so much again for being here. And that, unless there are further questions, comments from commissioners, I'll close out this agenda item. And the remaining item on our agenda is the closed session matter. I'm told by Mr. Tiefenk, however, that there is another member of the Hernandez family. Is that correct, Mr. Tiefenk, that we were unable to connect with earlier?
That's correct, Madam President. We were unable to connect during that time when we took a recess, but while we were speaking with Mr. Hernandez's mother, we were able to locate her, and she would be available to speak.
If she's still on the line, or we can reconnect with her?
I believe she is. It's the daughter of Mr. Hernandez, Melanie Hernandez, and I'll ask the board secretary if she could locate her.
Okay, we'll take a moment then and allow her to come up, and pursuant to conversations with her attorney, she'll be given 4 minutes, members of the commission, and then we'll go into closed session. So we'll just give the board secretary a moment to see if she can, and I see she's brought her forward. Ms. Hernandez, thank you for being with us today. Please proceed when you are ready, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. My name is Melanie Hernandez, daughter of Daniel Hernandez. I will begin reading my statement by telling you about my father and what he means to me. My father, Daniel Hernandez, was an amazing father to me. I had the privilege to have spent my 14 years with him. My father took me to school and picked me up from school every day. He helped me with my homework and helped me complete projects. My father was very involved, always trying to get me involved in sports or teach me what he knew and learned in life. He thought it would be a good opportunity for me to learn to fly airplanes, so he took me to get flight lessons on the weekends. We watched sports together because he knew how much I loved to play basketball. My father was very loving and affectionate with me. He had a great sense of humor. He liked to make me laugh. We shared a special bond. On our car rides, he would listen to songs and switch up the words as he would sing to me. He often asked me questions, making sure I was okay. He always made sure I had everything I needed. I was his only child. It made me feel special, and he made sure of that. My father was a hard worker. He worked long hours, sometimes with no days off. He worked with my grandpa at the carpet business. My father installed carpet for a living. He was a very skillful installer. My father helped my grandparents take care of the business. My father, Danny Hernandez, means the world to me. He is a part of me. I am the blood of his blood, skin of his skin. When my father died, a part of me died with him. Life will never be the same without him. I miss him when I wake up in the mornings, when I eat, when I go to sleep. Mostly when it's time for bed because I go restless nights. I can't focus. All I have are the memories. I miss his smile. I miss his eyes, the way he looked at me. I miss his hardworking hands. I miss his voice, his touch. But overall, I miss him. I feel sadness, confusion, stress, anger, depression, fear, anxiety, insomnia, nightmares, and trauma. My 15th birthday just passed. As much as I wanted to celebrate, the pain was unbearable. I cried and cried knowing my dad isn't here next to me. My father was taken away from me. It hurts to know how much pain he went through. He was a human being with feelings. Tony McBride will never know what it's like to lose a father killed by a gun and for his death to be exposed to the world. There is no privacy. They speak of my father in a negative way. I'm just a kid. I still needed my father in life. He is no longer here to protect me. I need him to help me grow up. While I should be enjoying my childhood drawing because it's my passion, I have stopped. Instead, I'm decorating my father's grave. I sit and wonder if this feeling will ever go away. Tony McBride killed my father. You have ruined my future plans. If Tony McBride would have tried to save my father's life, he would be alive today. Life would be different for all of us. I will never understand Tony McBride's actions. This job is for the brave. There's no room for mistakes. These are real people's lives. They are humans with families. They are sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, employees, neighbors. When you take someone's life, you affect the whole community. It's the ripple effect. This isn't a competition or a training camp. It's real life, real consequences. To every action, there's a reaction. Our communities are becoming smarter and aware of their constitutional rights. I will forever remember my father, Daniel Hernandez. He existed in my eyes as beautifully as he was, forever in my heart. I want justice for my daddy, Daniel Hernandez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you for coming forward. Thank you for preparing a statement and sharing that with us today. We're sorry for your loss. At this point in time, members of the commission, we will proceed into closed session. Madam Secretary, will you close us out, please?
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess closed session to discuss agenda item 4A1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. We'll be returning to session in one moment as all the commissioners are signing back on from our closed session. We'll get started in a moment. Looks like we have Commissioner Kalanche, Commissioner Sobroff, Commissioner Bonner, and Commissioner Briggs. Your video is not on. And the Inspector General as well. Your video is not on. But we have a quorum. So Mr. Teefank, would you do a readout of the closed session, please?
Yes, Madam President. The commission has concluded its work on item 4A1, officer involved shooting number 014-20. Relative to tactics, the chief's recommendation was adopted, which was administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 2 on a vote of 5-0. Chief of Police recommendation was adopted as to drawing and exhibiting in policy 2 police officer 2s. The Chief of Police's recommendation was adopted as amended on lethal use of force. In policy, 1 police officer 2 rounds 1 through 4, out of policy rounds 5 through 6. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much. The only matter left is to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn from a member of the commission?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. I'll second that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye. Thank you. That passes 5-0. I'm sorry, was there another question?
No.
Nope. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, there's a little delay. Apologies. That passed 5-0. We will stand adjourned until the next scheduled police commission meeting. Thank you all very much.
Everyone.